Chapter 4068. The spear pierced through the air, destroying the void. The demon emperor's pupils constricted. He could not care less about killing Lu Ming and the other two. He quickly waved his demon claws to block the attack. Clang! An earth-shattering roar resounded. The spear was blocked, but the demon emperor realm demon was also blasted back again and again. A burly man in golden armor stepped on the air. His aura was like a mountain, and his eyes were like lightning. He was a first-class celestial soldier, and also a divine emperor. A dignified demon emperor. What's the point of attacking a few little guys? I'll be your opponent. A cold voice came from the first-class celestial soldier. His figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly approaching the demon emperor. The spear pierced through the void, stabbing at the demon emperor. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'll kill you too. The demon emperor realm demon roared and fought with the first-rate heavenly soldier. Lu Ming and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Although their current battle strength was very strong, and after activating their weapons, killing ordinary 9th-layer divine emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, facing a demon emperor, they were still under a lot of pressure. It was a huge leap from divine emperor to divine emperor. In the divine emperor realm, the star nucleus in the Dantian turned into a star. However, no matter how strong a star was, there was a limit. Its energy would be exhausted. In the divine emperor realm, the star and the body evolved into a black hole. A black hole led to an eternal unknown place. One could borrow endless energy from the other side of the black hole. In theory, the energy of the divine emperor realm was almost endless. Even if the battle lasted for thousands of years, it would not be exhausted. Of course, this was only in theory. Therefore, stepping into the divine emperor realm was like stepping into the ranks of the top experts in the primitive universe. As for the divine emperor realm, it was only considered ordinary in the primitive universe. However, the three of them quickly calmed down and attacked the other demons. They were confident that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they stepped into the divine emperor realm. It was not impossible for them to step into a higher realm. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours. During this period, Lu Ming and the rest were also attacked by other demon emperor realm demons. They were all pushed back by them in a dangerous situation. At the same time, there were many divine emperors in the heavenly palace who would fight against the demon emperors. This battle was exceptionally tragic, and the smell of blood filled the air. Both sides had lost a large number of people. However, the heavenly palace's side had the terrain advantage. With the protection of the formation, the number of casualties was much lower than the demon's side. The demon's losses were at least 3 times that of the heavenly palaces. Dong dong dong. After 2 hours of fighting, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard from the distant land. Retreat! A loud roar came from the abyss devils. Then, the demons quickly retreated, and the retreating demons took the corpses of the demons with them. The black mass of evil demons quickly retreated and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. On the city walls of Nantian City, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of such a great battle, no one had the confidence to survive. The main reason was that there were too many evil demons, and there were too many experts. Even though the heavenly palace's side had set up a battle formation, the losses were great, and the battle formations were destroyed one by one. What a pity. There are so many evil demon corpses. How much evil demon spirit blood are there? Someone sighed. In the battle just now, countless evil demons had fallen, and no one knew how much evil demon spirit blood there was. However, in the process of the battle just now, who would have the mind to collect evil demon spirit blood? Who would dare to be distracted? In such a great battle, being distracted meant death. Later, when the evil demons retreated, they took away most of the evil demon corpses, which made people feel helpless. Dandan, how's the harvest? In an inconspicuous section of the city wall, there were 3 people who were talking about their harvest. These 3 people were naturally Lu Ming and the other 2. In the previous battle, Dandan almost did not do anything except use the formation to help them escape. This was because he was collecting evil demon spirit blood. With his attainments in rune formations, it could be said that he was like a ghost, constantly collecting evil demon spirit blood in the dark. Not only did he collect the evil demons killed by Lu Ming and Ling Yue, but he also collected the evil demons killed by the others nearby. Ha ha ha, a great harvest, a great harvest. It's even greater than our previous 90 years combined. Dandan laughed out loud. Of course, it was a sound transmission. He didn't dare to be brazen, afraid that others would hear him and beat him to death. So much? Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes lit up. It was even greater than the previous three people's gains in the past 90 years. As expected, only in such a tragic battle could one make a fortune. Although the battle just now was dangerous, it was worth it. I even obtained a drop of the Demon Emperor Realm's evil demon spirit blood. Dandan had a complacent look on his face. Attention, all divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers, gather your subordinates and set up a new formation. The crippled teams, regroup and form a complete team. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general gave the order. Immediately, divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers moved out, gathering the people from the various sections of the city wall and redistributing them. This was because some of the teams had been crippled and couldn't set up a formation. They had to replenish their manpower. This time, Lu Ming and the other two didn't even believe that they could act alone and were forcefully transferred into a team. Although it was a temporary team that hadn't been trained and couldn't unleash the full power of the battle formation, it was still better than acting alone. Lu Ming and the other two could only sigh. They still wanted to secretly collect the evil demon spirit blood in the following battles. Now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. In the battle formation, Dandan couldn't appear and disappear unpredictably to collect the evil demon spirit blood. Although it was a pity, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly palace was very efficient. Not long after, the team was reorganized. I've received news that the evil demon army hasn't retreated. Instead, they've set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away. It seems that they will continue to attack. Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. We've just formed a new team. Step up the training and familiarize yourself with the battle formation. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general's voice resounded in all directions. Many people's expressions were ugly. The evil demons hadn't retreated yet. It seemed that the previous retreat was only a temporary one. They would come back again. The tragic battle wasn't over yet. Lu Ming and the others, who had just formed a new battle formation, began to practice and familiarize themselves with the battle formation. They didn't have to wait too long. After only one day, the evil demon army came again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours before the evil demons retreated. However, these evil demons didn't retreat to their nest. Instead, they set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away from Nantian City. This made many people's expressions ugly. At the same time, they were very puzzled. In the past, the evil demons would gather together and attack Nantian City. However, if they couldn't take it, they would retreat and return to their nest. This time, however, they couldn't take it and didn't retreat. Chapter 4069. In the next few days, the evil demon army attacked Nantian City 5 times. After 5 times, the evil demon army still did not retreat. They were stationed hundreds of millions of miles away, but they did not attack again. Since the evil demons did not attack, the heavenly palace naturally did not take the initiative to attack. The stalemate lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, the evil demon army did not attack again. This made many people's hearts heavy. They did not know what the evil demons were planning. Boom! Rumble! On the 11th day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the direction of the evil demon army's garrison. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, a terrifying and incomparably oppressive aura surged over like a vast wave. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including the god emperors. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they were ants facing an ancient giant beast. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the distant sky. In fact, everyone saw it without him shouting. In the distant sky, the void was like water ripples, constantly shaking. Occasionally, a spatial crack would appear. Through the spatial crack, they saw a figure inside. This figure was incomparably huge. He was wearing battle armor, and his golden hair was fluttering. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide. His body was even bigger than a star. Lord of Heaven, it's the Lord of Heaven. In the sky, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe shouted excitedly. Everyone's hearts were also greatly shaken. The Lord of Heaven was not a realm. It was a title in the heavenly palace, and it was also a position. However, anyone who held the position of Lord of Heaven must be someone above the God-Emperor realm. Above the God-Emperor realm was the Divine Master. The Lord of Heaven must be someone in the Divine Master realm, and he must be from the heavenly human tribe. Even if other tribes worked in the heavenly palace and reached the Divine Master realm, they could not hold the position of Lord of Heaven. No one had expected that the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace would make a move. Roar. In the next moment, a terrifying roar was heard from the spatial crack. Everyone saw a huge demon appear. Its body was huge, and it charged towards the Lord of Heaven. The two sides exchanged a blow, and the void turned into chaos. The figures of the Lord of Heaven and the demon also disappeared. A demon lord realm abyssal. Many people gasped in shock. That abyssal that flashed by just now was definitely a demon master realm abyssal. Demon masters were on the same level as divine masters. A great battle actually broke out between the Lord of Heaven and the demon master. Boom! Boom! Explosions kept coming from the sky. The terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Fortunately, the void was far enough away from here. Moreover, the battle between the Lord of Heaven and the demon lord took place within the void crack and did not affect Nantian City. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. No one thought that Nantian City's array could withstand the attacks of divine masters or demon masters. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation appeared in the void, and a spatial crack appeared. This time, the hearts of the crowd shuddered once again. Because through the spatial crack, everyone saw another incomparably huge figure. However, this figure was not the Lord of Heaven or the abyssal that they saw just now. It was an angel. A 12-winged angel with 6 pairs of wings spread out. Holy light illuminated the sky, and its aura was terrifying. Needless to say, this was also a divine lord-level figure, and this divine lord-level angel was also fighting with a demon lord-level abyssal. There was actually more than one divine master expert that had been dispatched. What was going on? Divine masters rarely made a move, but now, 2 of them had suddenly appeared. But soon, everyone knew that they were wrong. More than 2 divine masters had been mobilized. This was because the void would flicker from time to time. Through the spatial crack, they saw no less than 5 divine masters. Yes, there were at least 5 divine masters. Among them, 2 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were peerless powerhouses of other races. On the abyssal side, no less than 5 demon masters had also appeared. There was actually a chaotic battle between divine masters in the void. What was going on? Not only were the ordinary heavenly soldiers confused, but even the divine generals and heavenly officials were confused. What was it that caused so many masterclass existences to go to war? However, they could not interfere in such a battle. Even if a peak god emperor went up, they would be instantly obliterated by the terrifying force. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Everyone waited in confusion for half an hour. Suddenly, the void calmed down as if nothing had happened. Clearly, the terrifying battle had ended. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what the outcome of the battle was. Everyone, stay where you are and stay alert. The heavenly human divine general roared. In a dark void. It was incomparably dark, and violent spatial turbulence was rampant. In this incomparably dark space, there were more than a dozen enormous figures facing each other. There were 6 people on each side. On one side were abyssals. 6 enormous abyssals, all of them demon masters. On the other side, there were 6 peerless masters from the heavenly palace. Among them, 3 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were from the top 10 races. Both of them were injured. It was clear that the battle earlier had been very intense. An invincible expert of the heavenly palace is buried in the great tomb of heaven and earth. Don't even think about touching it, you demons. A Lord of Heaven spoke. He looked very young and handsome. His long golden hair danced like golden flames. Ha ha ha, what a joke. There's also a peerless expert of my race in the great tomb of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the heavenly palace has no right to interfere. A cyan demon revealed a ferocious smile. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace snorted coldly. The other party wasn't wrong, and they couldn't refute him. However, the great tomb of heaven and earth was too important to them. They had to seize it. However, they were also determined to get the devil. They didn't have the confidence to win. How about this? How about we make a bet? Another Lord of Heaven spoke at this time. This Lord of Heaven was also very handsome, but more feminine. His eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. Bet? How do you want to bet? A demon master asked. Even if we continue to fight, it'll be difficult to determine a victor. How about we have the younger generation fight on our behalf? Both of us will send out some young geniuses to fight. The winner will have the right to occupy the great tomb of heaven and earth, and the loser will give up the tomb. How about that? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. Oh, that sounds interesting, but what are the conditions for the younger generation's geniuses? For example, they're limited to the Divine Emperor realm, or how old they can be? A demon master asked. Chapter 4070. Of course it's limited to divine emperors. Divine emperors aren't too high or too low, and they have the most numbers. It'll be more intense when they fight. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. No, I don't think it's appropriate. I think we should limit the age. How about this, let's have those under 50,000 years old fight. The Demon Lord said. Under 50,000 years old? The feminine Lord of Heaven's expression darkened. He shook his head. I think it's better to have Divine Emperor Juniors fight. He knew that there were several young 9th-level Divine Emperors in South Sky City who were extremely powerful. If they were allowed to fight, their chances of victory would be higher. However, the demons clearly disagreed. This was because, among the Abyss Devils participating in this expedition, they knew of a young prodigy with terrifying combat strength. Therefore, they insisted on setting the age to be under 50,000 years old. The two sides couldn't come to an agreement. How about this, we'll draw lots, and whichever side we draw will decide. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said in the end. He had no other choice but to take this compromise. That's more like it. The 6 demon lords nodded. There was naturally no cheating involved in the drawing of lots for people like them. Everything was arranged appropriately. When the drawing of lots ended, the 6 divine lords of the heavenly palace didn't look too good. They'd failed in the drawing. The demons would decide on the conditions. Ha ha ha, then we'll do it our way. 3 days later, the youngsters under 50,000 years old will fight. Both sides will set up an environment and let them fight inside. Whichever side is completely wiped out or surrenders will lose and withdraw from the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. A demon lord laughed loudly. At this point, the heavenly palace's divine master had no choice but to agree. They all swore on their life essence that the loser would never participate in the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. Even if they were divine lords or demon lords, they would still be restricted by their life essence and wouldn't dare violate their oath. Unless they were old antiques who transcended the master level, invincible existences. After the two sides finished discussing the details, their figures flashed and disappeared into the dark void. Nantian City. News quickly spread from Nantian City, shocking everyone. Everyone now knew why the master level existences would engage in such an intense battle. It was because of the great tomb of heaven and earth. It was rumored that endless years ago, so long ago that the exact number of years was unknown. At that time, there was an invincible existence in the heavenly palace who fought against an existence of the same level as the abyss devils. In the end, both sides fell. When both sides were about to die, they were sealed in different places. That place was the great tomb of heaven and earth. The inheritances and treasures left behind by such existences were truly too shocking. Even if it was a master-level figure, they would be unable to resist the temptation and would be extremely moved, wanting to investigate to the end. The master-level characters of both sides fought a great battle, but the victor was still undecided. In the end, everything was decided on the younger generation. Both sides sent out the younger generation below 50,000 years old to fight. They entered a special place and began a life and death battle. When one side was completely annihilated, or when 80% of the people on one side admitted defeat, that side would be considered to have lost. The other side would win. Hearing this news, the faces of all those under 50,000 years old changed. Needless to say, this battle would be exceptionally cruel. Only when one side was completely annihilated would it be considered a loss. In other words, this was a battle to the death. One side had to be completely annihilated. It was possible to admit defeat, but only if more than 80% of the remaining people on one side agreed. One person or several people were not allowed to admit defeat. If the heavenly palace was defeated, all those who participated in the battle would be in great danger. How could this not cause everyone's expressions to change drastically? Soon, everyone received the news and gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Soon, the heavenly soldiers gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These figures were divine generals and heavenly officials. Leading them was the divine general of the celestial race. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over everyone like lightning. A moment later, a door of light flew out and towered between the heavens and the earth, becoming incomparably large. This is the door of light used to test one's age. Everyone, pass through this door, starting from the left. The divine general of the celestial race said. Some people's expressions were somewhat ugly. They knew that this was a test of age. Anyone under 50,000 years old would probably have to fight. However, no one dared to disobey the order. Swish, 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 starting from the left, a large number of heavenly soldiers flew into the door of light. The door of light was extremely large and could accommodate at least a few thousand people. Most of the heavenly soldiers flew through the door of light, but a portion of them were blocked by a mysterious force. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over those who were blocked and smiled. Very good. Those of you who did not pass through the door of light and are under 50,000 years old, stay. Those of you who passed through the door of light, go back and return to the area where you were originally stationed. Yes. Those who passed through the door of light were all over 50,000 years old and left one after another. Those who were under 50,000 years old stayed behind. Heavenly soldiers constantly flew forward, and people were constantly blocked by the door of light. Of course, those who were blocked were in the minority. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue flew towards the door of light. When Lu Ming approached the door of light, he was blocked by a force. This force was vast, mighty, and incomparably condensed. Lu Ming could not rush through it all, and he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. This was most likely the power of a divine master. He discovered that Ling Yue had also been blocked, but to his surprise, Dandan had passed through the door of light. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. That was because Dandan was over 50,000 years old. Back in the primordial realm, Dandan was born from an egg. He was not truly born, but only reborn from nirvana. He was seriously injured and turned into an egg. The most important thing was to heal his injuries. Although his body had been reborn, his soul was one of the 10 strongest war beasts in the primordial realm. He had lived for a long time and was definitely over 50,000 years old. Lu Ming, you guys have to be careful. I won't be able to accompany you. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, don't you understand me? How could anything happen to me? It's those demons who are in trouble. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Those who pass through the door of light, return to your respective city walls. Those who don't, stay. The voice of the celestial race's divine general sounded again. Dandan could only follow the crowd and leave. Chapter 4071. Not long after, everyone was checked. In the end, about 3,000 people stayed. There were at least 1 million heavenly soldiers, but only 3,000 were left. That was not a high ratio. Most importantly, there were too few people who could reach the Divine Emperor realm and become heavenly soldiers under the age of 50,000. Those who could achieve that at that age were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. 3,000 of them stayed. I believe you already know the general situation, but I still need to tell you the details. This battle was decided by the Lord Heaven and the Demon Lord. Both sides will send their prodigies under the age of 50,000 to enter a special place to fight. The conditions for victory are to kill all the opponents or make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat. However, it's almost impossible to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat because everyone is scattered. It's very difficult to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat at the same time. Therefore, the only way to win is to kill all the opponents. The Divine General of the heavenly human race said. Many people's expressions became even more unsightly. They could only win by killing all the opponents. It was the same for the demons. They could only win by killing all the opponents. Needless to say, it would be an extremely tragic battle. They would fight to the death. Divine General, I've been feeling a little unwell recently. Can I withdraw? Me too. I'm at the critical moment of my breakthrough. I'm afraid I can't perform perfectly. Many people spoke and wanted to withdraw. You want to withdraw? Sure, go talk to the Lord Heaven. The Divine General of the heavenly human race said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Those who spoke had ugly expressions. What a joke. Go to the Lord Heaven. This was an order from the Lord Heaven. Going to the Lord Heaven was courting death. Moreover, with their status, would they be able to see the Lord Heaven? Alright, I'll emphasize again. This is an order from the Lord Heaven. It must be carried out. The Divine General of the heavenly human race said. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. This is exactly what I want. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. A coarse voice sounded. Many people glared at this person. Lu Ming also looked at this person, revealing a faint smile. The person who spoke was none other than the battle god of the Battle Saint tribe, Yuanwen. Battle god Yuanwen ignored the gazes around him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Beside him, the geniuses of the Battle Saint tribe all revealed an intense battle intent. The Battle Saint tribe was the most warlike tribe. Battle blood flowed in their bones. Sometimes, they would even place battle before their lives. This kind of dangerous battle was what they wanted the most. They were all looking forward to it. These battle maniacs. Many people despised him in their hearts. Sir Divine General, may I know where the battle will take place? Are there any other rules? Another person asked. Right now, the Lord Heaven and the Lord God are working with the demon lords to arrange the specific scenes. In 2 days, I will tell you the details. You can wait here for now. Those who are injured or not in peak condition, take advantage of the time now to recover. You only have 3 days. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe said. After speaking, he left this place. The 3,000 people who were going to participate in the battle either had heavy thoughts in their hearts, sat down cross-legged, or chatted in groups of 2 or 3. Very quickly, 2 days passed. In the sky, a light flashed. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe reappeared. Many people immediately turned their gazes to this Divine General. The specific scenes and rules are already out. Take a look. The divine general of the celestial tribe waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. In the image, there were 12 figures standing in the sky of a certain dark universe. These 12 figures were clearly divided into 2 camps. However, they were all shrouded in a hazy light and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. However, everyone knew that these 12 figures were the lords of the heavenly palace and the demon lords. Rumble suddenly. A lord-level figure from the celestial palace and the demons made a move. The 2 of them joined hands and clawed at the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Countless rocks rose up from the ground and condensed into a sphere in the air. This sphere was like a planet. Then, the lords of both sides discussed for a while and set up the sphere. At this point, the image disappeared. The place where you are going to fight is this sphere that you see. This sphere was jointly created by the Lord Heaven and the Demon Lord. It is extremely huge and is no smaller than a planet. Moreover, the lords of both sides have set up restrictions on it. Once you enter, you can't rely on external objects. You can't rely on any external objects. You can only rely on your own strength. The divine general of the celestial tribe said. What? The scene was in an uproar. In particular, some of the top monsters had ugly expressions. In the battlefield, all external objects couldn't be used. These top evildoers were all in possession of great killing weapons. Originally, the great killing weapons were their trump cards, which gave them a lot of confidence. But now, these killing weapons couldn't be used. Their combat strength would plummet. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were the same. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. However, those geniuses who didn't have great killing weapons heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The heavenly palace had top monsters who could control great killing weapons that far exceeded their own strength. How could the demons not have them? If they encountered such demons, they would be at a disadvantage. Now, although the people of the heavenly palace couldn't use it, the demons couldn't use it either. This was good news for them. The specific rules are about the same as before. It's still to kill the other party or make more than 80% of the other party admit defeat. Only then will it be considered a victory. In addition, a few variables have been added. The lords of both sides have added 2 lands of fortune. One for the demons and one for the heavenly palace. At the same time, the demons have set up some restrictions on the heavenly palace's land of fortune, and the heavenly palace has also set up some restrictions on the demon's side. When one side is at a disadvantage, as long as they find the corresponding land of fortune, they might be able to turn the tables. The heavenly human race's divine general explained. Everyone nodded and silently thought in their hearts, digesting this clue. There was no doubt that this was an important clue. In the battleground between the 2 sides, the important figures of both sides had each set up a land of fortune. Obviously, they were all useful to their own side and could turn the tables at the critical moment. As long as they could find this land of fortune that was useful to their own side, their chances of surviving this battle would greatly increase. Chapter 4072. While everyone was thinking about the so-called land of creation, some of their expressions changed. Because they remembered what the divine general had said. The master of the other side had set up a trap in the other side's land of creation. That was a trap set up by a master. Wouldn't they be dead if they went in? The divine general of the heavenly human tribe seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He continued to explain, "Don't worry, the trap set up by the masters of both sides won't be too strong. The masters of both sides have already checked it. Although it's a challenge for you, it's not impossible. Otherwise, this land of creation would be meaningless. Also, the most important clue is how to find the land of creation of both sides. Actually, both sides have maps of their lands of creation. However, the maps have been sealed in a common place by the masters of both sides. After you enter, both sides will fight. When the number of casualties reaches a certain standard, the place where the map is sealed will appear." Everyone silently memorized these clues. This battle will probably be very cruel. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Especially the place where the map was sealed. It would only appear after a certain number of casualties on both sides. Moreover, when it appeared, there would definitely be a fierce battle between both sides. Because if one side didn't fight for it, the other side might get the map to the land of creation. They might even take away the other side's map. If the other side obtained the land of creation and turned the situation around, the other side would be in danger. This was a battle of life and death. One could only imagine how intense it would be. Also, take these demon-fixing pearls. Each of you will have one. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe waved his hand. Black origin pearls the size of longans flew out to Lu Ming and the others. There was one for each of them. Lu Ming reached out to take it. Among the demons, there are some top demons who can awaken the so-called primogenitor bloodline and take human form. The demonic chi in their bodies is hidden very deeply. With your cultivation, it's difficult to sense it. However, with these demon-fixing pearls, as long as they are within a certain distance of you, the demon-fixing pearls will react. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe said. These words reminded Lu Ming of 8 Snake Mountain Range's demon prince Samoras. Samoras had taken human form, but even he hadn't been able to sense it. In the end, it had been Bone Devil who had sensed it. If there were many such demons among the demons, it would be very dangerous. However, the big shots of the heavenly palace were very thoughtful. Don't worry. Even though we can't use external objects in here, the demon-fixing orb has no other use other than the demon-fixing orb's ability to sense the presence of demons. It can still be used. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Once the battle begins, everything will depend on you. There's still 1 day left. Come with us. After the celestial general finished speaking, he headed outside. A group of other celestial generals and heavenly officials followed him. Lu Ming and the 3,000 or so people followed. Soon, they left Nantian City. Not long after, they saw a round ball floating in the air. This round ball was the one created by the masters of both sides. At that time, it didn't seem that big in the image. But now that they were closer, they realized that the round ball was really huge. It was completely condensed from rocks and was no smaller than a planet. Below the ground, they could see a huge pit that was incomparably deep. They didn't see the masters of both sides, but Lu Ming knew that the masters of both sides were definitely there. In fact, the masters of both sides were indeed there. They were just above them, watching them. It was just that they were very far away and had restrained their auras. Lu Ming and the others couldn't detect them at all. When they arrived, they found that the demons had also arrived on the other side. A large group of young demons, led by some demon emperor demons, came to the other side of the round ball. There are so many demons. Lu Ming and the others looked at the demons and found that there were nearly 4,000 young demons. There were about 1,000 more than the heavenly palace. This made many people's hearts sink. This time, there was no limit to the number of people participating in the battle. It only required those under 50,000 years old. As long as they met this condition, they could participate. They didn't expect that there would be so many demons who met the conditions. Naturally, there were more people from the heavenly palace who met the conditions. However, some of them were in other places and were very far away. They couldn't make it in just a few days. Moreover, there were also a large number of prodigies from the other 4 heavenly palace. However, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't make it. The people from the heavenly palace are here. Ha ha ha, I heard that they are all geniuses from the heavenly palace. I love eating geniuses from the heavenly palace the most. Eating them will definitely increase my strength and speed up my evolution. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it. Those demon prodigies looked at the heavenly palace and laughed. Most of the demons revealed a ferocious murderous intent. They weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were full of anticipation. On the heavenly palace's side, some of the young prodigies didn't look good. They really wanted to withdraw. However, at this point, they could only brace themselves. The Lord of Heaven had ordered that if they withdrew, only death would await them. They might even implicate their families behind them. They might as well fight it out and have a chance of survival. Everyone is here. Let's begin. A majestic voice came from high up in the sky. All of you, set off. Remember, you must win. If you win this time, the Lord of Heaven will reward you handsomely. The heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the young demons on the demon side had already rushed toward the ball. The heavenly palace's prodigies also rushed toward the ball. The ball was too big. It was like a planet. Let's call it the temporary planet. Both sides added up to only about 7,000 people. When thrown into a huge planet, it was really like a speck of dust. Lu Ming and Ling Yue mixed in the crowd and also rushed toward the temporary planet. When he got close to the temporary planet, he suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him toward the temporary planet. With a swoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the temporary planet and landed in a place. He realized that Ling Yue, who was originally standing beside him, had completely flown in another direction and disappeared from his sight. Everyone was scattered. As for Qiu Qiu, he was over 50,000 years old. When he first discovered Qiu Qiu on that planet, he was already born, so he didn't come in. Lu Ming let Qiu Qiu follow Dandan first. Bang! Lu Ming landed on a huge rock, crushing the rock and sending gravel flying everywhere. After stabilizing his body, Lu Ming began to look around. Chapter 4073. Lu Ming looked around. In all directions, all he could see were uneven rocks. Some of them were only a few meters tall, while some of them were millions of feet tall. He couldn't see the end of it. There seems to be a strong pressure on this planet, causing the speed of those who are inside to slow down a lot. Lu Ming immediately sensed that something was wrong. He felt that he was under pressure all the time, causing his speed to slow down a lot. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. In front of him, a mountain peak that was 100,000 feet tall exploded. Sure enough, this planet was refined by a master-level figure. It's extraordinary. Lu Ming whispered. In the chaotic universe, a single punch from him was enough to destroy a planet. However, here, he only destroyed 100,000 feet tall mountain. The destructive power had been weakened countless times. In fact, it wasn't that his destructive power had weakened, but that the rocks here had been refined and were very hard. Thinking about it, it was normal. This time, the participants of the battle were all geniuses above the Divine Emperor realm. Any one of them could easily destroy a planet. Although this planet was huge, it was still not enough in front of so many experts. It would be destroyed in a few moves, which was not conducive to the battle between the two sides. However, after being refined by the masters of both sides and laid down restrictions, it was different. They could fight to their heart's content and would not destroy this planet. Moreover, their speed was greatly suppressed. They couldn't fly all over the world in an instant. Let's try the Gale Pearl. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He began to try the Gale Pearl and other divine weapons. The result was self-evident. He couldn't control them at all. It was as if he was in a forbidden weapon domain and was isolated. The Gale Pearl, the mysterious ice rod, and some other low-level divine weapons were all restricted. Even the Dream Divine Jade and the Sound Transmission Jade Talisman couldn't be used. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lu Ming nodded and put away these divine weapons. Then, with a wave of his hand, he carved a special mark on the ground. This was a mark that he and Ling Yue had discussed beforehand. They had to meet up first. If the two of them worked together, it would be relatively safer. Then, Lu Ming flew in the direction where Ling Yue might have fallen. Danger. Lu Ming had only flown a few tens of thousands of li when he sensed danger. His figure came to a stop and backed off rapidly. Whoosh! A saber light slashed in front of him, creating a terrifying crack in the space. Then, a gust of wind blew from the ground as a figure rushed up. This was a demon. Its entire body was black and covered with black scales. There were also bone spurs on its body, making it look extremely ferocious. That demon had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Lu Ming looked calm. A demon of the third godly emperor layer was nothing in his eyes. Brat, it's your bad luck to have met me. Hee, I will enjoy you well and turn you into my strength, the abyss devil said ferociously. Your cultivation seems to be lower than mine. Are you so confident that you can take me down? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Ha, a real genius fighting strength isn't determined by cultivation level. Fighting above one's level is a common thing for me. Even if you're a genius, it's still the same. Die. The demon laughed wildly. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's saber in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the demon's fighting strength. It was about the 6th godly emperor layer. 3rd godly emperor layer, able to fight above 3 levels. In the primitive universe, he was definitely a top genius. No wonder he was so confident. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his, he wasn't afraid. He had some capital. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon's saber. The demon's saber stopped in the air, unable to slash down. The demon's eyes opened wide. He couldn't believe it. He was talking arrogantly, but he didn't dare underestimate Lu Ming. He had used his full strength in that attack. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to grab his saber so casually. Break! The demon prodigy hollered. Demonic aura erupted in full force, wanting to split Lu Ming's palm apart. Unfortunately, it didn't move. The demon's saber in Lu Ming's hand seemed to be oppressed by stars. It couldn't move. That's all you've got? Said Lu Ming disdainfully. Die! The demon prodigy roared furiously. The bone spurs on his body left his body and shot toward Lu Ming. They were extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming reached out with his other hand and there seemed to be shadows of hands in the air. The next moment, the shadows of hands disappeared and Lu Ming grabbed all the bone spurs in his hands. How is this possible? The demon's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. Even if he was a level higher than him, he shouldn't be this strong. In front of Lu Ming, he was as weak as a baby. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's hand moved. The bone spear in his hand flew out and pierced through the demon's head. The demon directly died. Demon spirit blood, take it. Lu Ming grasped. The demon's demon spirit blood flew into Lu Ming's hand. This drop of demon spirit blood was sparkling and translucent, emitting a dazzling radiance. Not bad. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. This was the demon spirit blood of a demon genius. Its potential was limitless. The amount of merit points it could be exchanged for was absolutely astonishing. He clearly remembered that the demon spirit blood of Demon Prince Immerse had been exchanged for around 60,000 merit points. That demon was able to fight someone 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. Even if he couldn't compare to Immerse, the difference wouldn't be too great. Lu Ming estimated that 20 to 30,000 merit points wouldn't be a problem. The demon spirit blood of a demon genius was worth several tens of thousands of merit points. This was a great harvest. The battle with the evil demons this time was both a crisis and an opportunity. It had to be known that nearly all the demon geniuses participating in this battle were demon geniuses. If he could hunt down enough demon spirit blood, how many merit points would it be worth? After collecting the demon spirit blood in a jade bottle, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. Ah! After flying for some distance, Lu Ming heard a miserable scream. Up ahead, a genius from the heavenly palace had been killed by 2 demons. One of the demons was still holding the bloody heart of that genius from the heavenly palace. It was chewing on it with relish. As soon as Lu Ming approached, the 2 demons discovered Lu Ming. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Chapter 4074. When the 2 fiends saw Lu Ming, they retreated. They were both at the 2nd godly emperor layer. Even though they were geniuses, they were still 2 godly emperor layers away from Lu Ming. They didn't feel confident at all. You want to leave? Lu Ming had no intention of letting the other party off. Putting aside the fact that both parties would fight to the death, even if that was not the case, the other party's demon spirit blood was worth a lot of merit points. Lu Ming used the Greater Divine Wind technique and moved like the wind. With a swoosh, he chased after the 2 fiends. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was shortened. Slash! The 2 fiends attacked with their full strength, each slashing out with a demonic blade. However, Lu Ming easily blocked them. Then, 2 fists shot out, piercing through the air and hitting the 2 fiends. The 2 fiends' bodies shattered inch by inch. They had been hit by the Greater Divine Wind technique. In a flash, the 2 fiends' corpses disappeared. 2 drops of fiend's spirit blood flew out and Lu Ming put them away. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. These were all abyssal geniuses with great potential. The amount of merit points they could exchange for would definitely not be small. The more, the better. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure flickered and he left, looking for fiends to kill. However, Lu Ming didn't encounter a single fiend for the next hour or so. This was normal. This temporary planet was very large, and both sides only had about 7,000 people. They were scattered all over the planet, and it wasn't easy to meet someone. But Zhao Hai didn't know that Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai were on the same planet. Furthermore, their speed was greatly suppressed here. Their flying speed was very slow, and it was much more difficult to meet other people. Lu Ming was very calm. He continued flying. Every once in a while, he would choose a conspicuous location and make a mark. That way, Ling Yue would know which direction he was going. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In front of him, a young man was standing on a protruding rock. This young man looked like a human. He wore a long black robe and stood against the wind. He was very handsome. When he saw Lu Ming, he stepped into the air and headed straight for Lu Ming. Devil, Lu Ming muttered. A round pearl appeared in his hand. It was the demon-fixing pearl. At this moment, the demon-fixing orb was flickering with light. The demon-fixing orb's reaction meant that the other party was a demon. However, Lu Ming didn't sense any demonic aura from this person. That made Lu Ming think of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's Prince Samoros. This was a person who had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. The black-robed youth stopped when he saw the demon-fixing pearl in Lu Ming's hand. He sneered, "Is this your so-called demon-fixing pearl? So what if you have discovered me? You are still going to die." Whoosh! As soon as the black-robed young man's voice fell, his body was filled with a strong devil chi. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Lu Ming. "Evil demon fire!" shouted the black-robed young man. Flames emerged from his body and turned into an ugly monster. It looked like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It moved towards Lu Ming to kill him. Before it even reached him, Lu Ming could already sense a scorching chi and a disgusting odor. Not only was the fire hot, but it was also extremely poisonous. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his palm and cast the Great Divine Wind technique. A gust of wind swept out and blocked the monster that was condensed from flames. "Let's see how many you can block." 10,000 demon slaughter! shouted the black-robed young man furiously. His demon chi boiled and a dozen monsters condensed. They all rushed towards Lu Ming from different directions. Actually, this demon wasn't bad. He had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer and had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. He wasn't any weaker than Samoros. Ordinary cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer would be killed by him. But his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming also had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. At the same level, there was a huge difference between Lu Ming and the black-robed young man. "Is that all you've got? With your potential, you should be worth 60,000 merit points. I'll take you." Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Following which, Lu Ming's palms shook and a terrifying force erupted in all directions. Those monsters that were condensed from flames instantly exploded and dissipated. A terrifying strength bombarded the black-robed young man. He gave a horrible shriek and his bones broke. He was propelled backwards. "You're fighting strength, you're fighting strength," shouted the black-robed young man. The demonic youth roared in disbelief. He was at the same level as Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had crushed him. He knew he had encountered a peerless genius from the heavenly palace. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. Lu Ming's figure flashed past and the young man's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. When Lu Ming's figure reappeared, there was already a drop of demon spirit blood in his hand. That drop of demon blood isn't any weaker than the prince of the snake demon kingdom. It should be worth 60,000 merit points, thought Lu Ming, smiling. After encountering so many waves of demon geniuses, Lu Ming felt a lot more relaxed. He judged that the cultivation of the two sides in this battle, whether it was the demons or the heavenly palace, would not be too high or too exaggerated. After all, the people who were participating this time were all under 50,000 years old. 50,000 years was like the blink of an eye for a godly emperor. Not to mention godly emperors. Some people could meditate in seclusion for more than 50,000 years. Very few people could break through to the godly emperor layer within 50,000 years. Not only did it require incredible talent, but it also required a huge amount of resources. In fact, the people from the heavenly palace who were qualified to participate this time were all from the top clans. Most of them were from the top 10 clans. A few of them were from the top 100 clans. There were some clans from the bottom 100 clans, but they were too few. The higher the rank of the primitive era's 10,000 clans, the more talented the clans were. Another reason was that they had more resources. That was why they could reach such a high cultivation level within 50,000 years. But after all, they hadn't lived for 50,000 years. No matter how talented they were, no matter how many resources they had, their cultivation levels wouldn't be too high. Lu Ming thought that there shouldn't be any great supreme gods among the people who were participating this time. Maybe there weren't even any cultivators above the 7th godly emperor layer. Therefore, Lu Ming was a little more confident. After putting away the evil demon spirit blood, Lu Ming left the place and continued to hunt for evil demons. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, Lu Ming also met other people from the heavenly palace. Some people from the heavenly palace invited Lu Ming to join forces with them, but Lu Ming refused. It was because their cultivation levels were too low. Lu Ming didn't like them. If they wanted to join forces, they should at least be on the same level. At the very least, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. They should be helpful to Lu Ming. If they couldn't help Lu Ming, they might even be a burden to Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming want to join forces with them? Chapter 4075. During this period, Lu Ming encountered a total of 18 demon prodigies. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. None of them were Lu Ming's match. They were all killed by Lu Ming and he obtained 18 drops of demon spirit blood. On that day, Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly heard rumbling sounds. There was a great battle ahead. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately flew over. After a short time, Lu Ming finally saw what was happening. There was a canyon in front of him. A great battle was happening at the entrance of the canyon. There were 5 young men in the canyon. They all looked different. They were from different clans in the heavenly palace. Outside of the canyon, there was a group of 7 young geniuses. They were surrounding the canyon and attacking unceasingly. The 5 young men from the heavenly palace were relying on the canyon to defend themselves. They would be defeated sooner or later. The strongest one has the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He could already sense that the strongest one had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't hide his chi and directly flew over. Lu Ming's arrival immediately alerted the people from the heavenly palace and the demons. They used their spiritual awareness to scan Lu Ming. It's the people from the heavenly palace. At the beginning, when the people from the heavenly palace saw that Lu Ming was also from the heavenly palace, they were overjoyed. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was alone and only had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer, they were disappointed. Lu Ming alone was of no use at all. It was difficult for him to turn the tables. How could he save them? On the other hand, the demons looked relaxed. Ha ha ha. Another guy from the heavenly palace is here. Perfect. He's going to be our food. This time, we're going to eat to our heart's content. The 7 young geniuses burst into laughter. However, they couldn't laugh anymore because when he saw them, he didn't run away. On the contrary, he continued running towards them. He wasn't stupid, he was strong. Those who could reach the divine emperor realm before 50,000 years old were definitely not stupid. That person has the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer, he's not weak. You block the people in the gorge and leave the little boy to me, said the young genius of the fifth godly emperor layer. With that, the demonic wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a gust of wind as he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh, the fiend's claws continued to claw at Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. Each claw was sharper than a divine weapon. Can you fight across 3 levels? Finally, I've met someone decent. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of shocked. There were very few people who could fight across 3 levels. Among the 18 evil demons he had killed, only 3 had such a talent. Now, it was the 4th. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, colliding with the fiend's palm. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and the fiend was sent flying, several of his claws broken. What a powerful physical body. These fiends' cultivation methods are strange. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Fiends' cultivation methods were completely different from those in the primitive universe. Most of the abyss devils had extremely powerful physical bodies. They could use special methods to strengthen their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were constantly changing and evolving. The more bizarre a fiend was, the more terrifying it was. Most of the young geniuses among fiends were like that. There was another kind of fiend who had awakened their ancestral bloodline. Usually, fiends who had awakened their ancestral bloodline would become terrifyingly strong. Most of the young geniuses Lu Ming had encountered had done that. Of course, those who had awakened their ancestral bloodline were extremely rare. Among the 18 demons Lu Ming had killed, only 1 had awakened their ancestral bloodline. So strong? That young genius was astonished. In one move, he was actually sent flying by Lu Ming. He was a monster who could fight across 3 levels. Could Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Kill. As long as I kill this kid and eat him, my talent will be even stronger. The fiend roared as his body continued to swell. Bones began to extend from the tips of his fingers. These bones were like bone blades, incomparably sharp. Each finger was like a bone knife. Swish. Swish. Swish, the fiend attacked Lu Ming in a frenzy. His fingers kept clawing out, trying to tear Lu Ming apart. Battle formula. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and the battle formula was successfully activated. Lu Ming did not activate the battle formula when he attacked just now. Otherwise, he could have killed his opponent in an instant. But now, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. Lu Ming had also practiced the battle formula in the fortune tower. With the help of the primordial godly sound, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased by 6 times. Now, he had a 100% chance of successfully activating the battle formula. After activating the battle formula, Lu Ming's fighting strength increased dramatically. Boom! He threw a punch and the air shook. Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's sharp claws. Kacha, kacha, the other party's sharp claws exploded in an instant. The terrifying fist force continued to bombard the body of the evil demon. The evil demon's body was directly torn into pieces. Lu Ming rushed over and grabbed the evil demon's spirit blood in his hands. In the distance, the geniuses on both sides of the canyon were astonished. The fiend with the strength of the fifth godly emperor layer was the strongest of the seven. They had not thought that Lu Ming would be able to defeat him so easily. At that moment, the geniuses on both sides had a 180-degree change in mood. The Heavenly Palace's geniuses were overjoyed, while the fiends were shocked. Retreat. Let's go. The remaining 6 fiends were very straightforward. They immediately retreated, wanting to escape. The strongest among them had been defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. If they went up against him, they would only die. They did not dare to stay. Don't let them escape. Die. In the canyon, the 5 Heavenly Palace's geniuses roared and charged out. Their morale was at its peak. However, Lu Ming was the fastest. After using the Great Godly Wind technique, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already caught up with the 6 fiends. The 6 fiends were shocked. Seeing that they could not escape, they could only turn around and attack Lu Ming with all their strength. Great Demon Sword Technique. Lu Ming's mind shook. A pitch-black demon sword appeared between his fingers. A total of 6 swords. The 6 devil swords flashed, and the 6 devil geniuses stiffened. Then, a bloody mark appeared on their foreheads. The bloody mark grew larger and more obvious until finally, with a popping sound, they were split in half. They no longer had the slightest bit of aura. Lu Ming grabbed the air with his palm and the 6 drops of demonic spirit blood landed in his hands. That way, Lu Ming had obtained 25 drops of fiend spirit blood. Lu Ming estimated that 25 drops of fiend spirit blood could be exchanged for at least 200,000 merit points. Chapter 4076. Not every abyssal prodigy was worth so many merit points. There were also differences in strength and potential among the demon prodigies. Some demon prodigies were only better than others of the same level. Some could fight across 1 level, while some could fight across 2 levels. Among the demon prodigies that Lu Ming had killed, some were only better than others of the same level. Some could only fight across 1 level. The merit points that could be exchanged for these demon prodigies were very limited. That's it? What strength? The 5 Heavenly Palace prodigies also stopped and looked surprised. Especially when they saw that Lu Ming had obtained 7 drops of demon spirit blood. They were envious and jealous. Some of them even wanted to snatch the blood. However, when they thought of Lu Ming's strength, they felt a chill in their hearts. Who would dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming? Brother, how about we work together? Yeah, we'll have a higher chance of killing the demon together. 2 Heavenly Palace prodigies said. Lu Ming was very strong. If they could work together with Lu Ming, they would have a higher chance of survival in this dangerous battle. At the critical moment, they could even push Lu Ming out as a shield. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Not interested. Lu Ming said faintly and turned to leave. He, you have some strength. Not bad, not bad. I like it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the figure of a demon. This demon was covered in green scales. His body was very strong, but very well proportioned. He didn't look clumsy. The most eye-catching thing was the horn on his head. It was like a green scimitar that pierced through the sky. This was the first time they had seen a demon with a horn on his head. His eyes were filled with a fiery radiance as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at this demon and narrowed his eyes slightly. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt that this demon was very powerful. It made him feel as though he was facing a strong enemy. The 5 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace narrowed their eyes and retreated slowly. They wanted to leave this place and this demon. Since I've already met you, how dare you try to leave? I'll take care of you little fishes first. Before he finished speaking, the horned demon's figure had already disappeared. Lu Ming only saw a flash of a green blade. In the next moment, a series of screams could be heard from the 5 Heavenly Palace geniuses. After a breath of time, there was a flash of light, and the figure of the single-horned demon reappeared. However, the heads of the 5 heavenly palace prodigies were all pierced, and there was a clear hole in their heads. The taste is not bad. Unfortunately, it's not hot enough. The unicorn demon smacked his lips, and from his fangs, one could see a mass of white paste. It was clearly brain matter. The brains of the 5 heavenly palace geniuses had been hollowed out by the unicorn demon. Smacking his lips, the unicorn demon looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Your strength is not bad. It must be even more delicious. He. Your demon spirit blood is not bad either. I'll take it. Lu Ming said indifferently. His body was covered in light, and forbidden energy covered his entire body. You want to kill me? You have guts. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too low. Kill. As the word kill fell, the unicorn demon's figure disappeared again. This time, Lu Ming clearly saw how the other party attacked. With the horn as the core, the other party's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine blade, piercing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The horn on the unicorn demon's head was like a sharp blade that could split the heavens and earth. The terrifying power made Lu Ming not dare to be careless. Great demon sword technique, slash. Lu Ming clenched his fist and a demon sword appeared. Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and slashed out. That sword accurately cut the unicorn demon's horn. Dong! The sound of metal clashing rang out. An invisible force erupted from the place where the two of them collided. It swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks were continuously blasted apart and turned into ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 silhouettes moved back rapidly. It was Lu Ming and the unicorn demon. They both moved back 100 li at the same time and stood in the air, facing each other. How strong! This guy is only a godly emperor layer cultivator, and he can fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The unicorn demon had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but he was terrifyingly strong. He could fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He was as strong as a cultivator on the universe's young geniuses list. It was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon. In fact, it was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon since he had started hunting demons. Such a strong unicorn demon had unlimited potential. The amount of spirit blood he could exchange for was astonishing. Lu Ming was astonished, but the unicorn demon was even more astonished. Lu Ming was surprisingly able to fight against him. Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level lower than his. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight opponents who were 5 levels higher than him? Such a monster was rare even in the evil demon race. Now, he had actually encountered one. Very good, very good. I'll kill him and eat him. It'll definitely help me evolve. Die. The unicorn demon looked even more ferocious. Demon chi kept exploding out of his body. His horn was flickering with a strange light, and then it grew longer and longer. It was several times longer than before. Swish. The single-horned demon once again used its horn as the tip. Like a poisonous dragon, it charged toward Lu Ming at a faster speed than before. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He brandished his demon sword. Clang! The two of them collided again. Their bodies shook, and they retreated. However, after retreating, they charged at each other again. Clang! 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 The two of them were extremely fast. They kept colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. To be honest, the single-horned young man's combat strength was really strong. That horn was extremely terrifying. Even divine weapons would be cut apart by it. If he used his full strength, ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer would be killed in a prolonged battle. There weren't many people in the primitive universe who were younger than 50,000 years old. But that was it. He was unlucky to have encountered Lu Ming. It seems like that's your limit. Unfortunately, it's not my limit. Lu Ming muttered. With a loud bang, a stronger force erupted from his body. Dazzling lights emerged from Lu Ming's body. That was the result of all his secret techniques. All the secret skills were activated and combined with the taboo power and the primordial secret skill. Lu Ming's combat ability was raised to the peak. Chapter 4077. When Lu Ming raised his battle strength to the peak, he could kill enemies 5.5 realms above him. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a beam of light, rushing forward and colliding with the one-horned fiend youth. A loud explosion resounded, followed by a figure frantically retreating. This retreating figure was naturally the one-horned fiend youth. He retreated several hundred li, his tall and sturdy body trembling incessantly. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, disbelief in his eyes. Kacha! Following that, his horn emitted a sound similar to that of porcelain shattering. A few cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? The one-horned fiend youth was extremely shocked. The cultivation of fiends was different from that of the primitive universe. They didn't have any origin divine power or origin secret arts. His horn was something that came with a heavenly god and had been continuously refined. It possessed boundless power and was incomparably tough. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's attack had caused cracks to appear on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was one realm lower than his, something he had never encountered before. Kill! A cold voice resounded. Lu Ming didn't want to give him a chance to catch his breath. He crossed several hundred li in an instant, arriving in front of the one-horned fiend youth and launching an all-out attack. The one-horned fiend youth resisted with all his strength, but in the Divine Emperor realm, a difference of half a realm in battle strength would result in a crushing situation. Every time the two collided, the one-horned fiend youth's body would be pushed back, spurting out blood from his mouth. The injuries on his body would also worsen. In an instant, the two had exchanged 10 moves. Suddenly, the one-horned fiend youth let out a blood-curdling scream. The horn on his head was covered with several dozen cracks, and finally, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments. With his most important horn shattered, the one-horned fiend youth was like a deflated balloon, deflating in an instant. His aura rapidly weakened, and his battle strength was also greatly reduced. Be on your way. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His palm was like a blade, chopping down. Blood splattered everywhere, and the one-horned fiend youth's head flew high into the air, directly falling to the ground. Lu Ming's palm reached out, grabbing the fiend's spirit blood of this fiend. Buzz! The evil demon's spirit blood was trembling non-stop, emitting rich energy fluctuations. Of all the Abyss Devil spirit blood Lu Ming had obtained, this drop of Abyss Devil spirit blood was the most special and eye-catching. Its quality was even higher than that of a god emperor's demon spirit blood. Lu Ming's heart was burning. This drop of abyssal spirit blood could be exchanged for an absolutely astonishing amount of merit points. This demon's potential was too shocking. He was able to fight someone who was 4 levels above him in the godly emperor realm. In the primitive universe, this demon was comparable to a candidate on the universe genius list. Given enough time, this kind of monster would definitely become an overlord of the universe, a powerhouse whose name would shake the world. Of course, such great potential was valuable. Lu Ming hoped to fight such a demon. Of course, it would be best if the other party's cultivation base was not too high. Lu Ming, who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, could handle such a genius. If a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer came, Lu Ming would have no choice but to run for his life. Lu Ming put the evil demon's spirit blood away and walked over to the 5 geniuses from the heavenly palace. He waved his hand and took their interspatial rings. Then, he began to inspect them. After a short while, Lu Ming looked disappointed. There were a few drops of evil demon spirit blood in their interspatial rings, but the quality was very poor. Obviously, the demons they had killed were not very strong. However, it was better than nothing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to put them all away. After that, Lu Ming left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Ming noticed a strange phenomenon. He rarely encountered demons or people from the heavenly palace. That's strange. Could it be that neither side is in this area? Or are they hiding? Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to fly in the direction that Ling Yue might be. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong smell of blood coming from a direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. Then, he walked along the ground in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming found a corpse. It was a white jade divine elephant. Obviously, it was a genius from the primitive universe. The white jade divine elephant had died very miserably. There were 5 holes in its head. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it had been pierced by the sharp claws of the evil demon. However, the smell of blood that Lu Ming smelled was definitely not from this white jade divine elephant. It was too strong. Lu Ming continued forward and found a few more corpses. These corpses were not only from the primitive universe, but also from the evil demon. Lu Ming checked and found that the evil demon's spirit blood in the evil demon's corpse had been taken away. Lu Ming continued to move forward, and found more and more corpses. After a while, Lu Ming found no less than 50 corpses. There were both from the heavenly palace and the evil demons. The ground was also full of potholes. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Other than these corpses, there was no one alive. Lu Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect that so many evil demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace would gather here and have a fierce battle. There's a trail of blood extending to the west. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a moment, he headed west. After traveling for about a few thousand miles, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He looked in a certain direction. His body was wrapped in divine wind. This was the sign of using the great divine wind technique. He was ready to fight at any time. In that direction, multicolored light flickered, and then a dozen figures appeared. People from the heavenly palace. Upon seeing these people, Lu Ming relaxed a little. Because these people were all from the heavenly palace. The people from the heavenly palace also saw Lu Ming. You are Mu Yun. Among them, a muscular young man clad in battle armor spoke. He recognized Lu Ming. So it's a brother from the Battle Saint tribe. Lu Ming nodded to this young man. After that, he glanced at the others. He was somewhat curious because these people came from different races. Not all of them were from the Battle Saint tribe. Other than the Battle Saint tribe, there were also the Buddha race, Blood race, Soul race, Devil race, etc. Mu Yun, you can't continue forward. If you continue forward, you will enter the territory of the evil demons. That young man from the Battle Saint tribe said. The territory of the evil demons is in front? Is there a division of territory here? Lu Ming was even more astonished. That's right. In the region ahead, a large number of evil demons are gathered. As for the geniuses of our heavenly palace, they are gathered in the eastern region. The supreme genius of the Buddha race, Luo Tian, is the leader. It's very dangerous for you to move alone. Why don't you join us? Only by gathering together can we fight against the evil demons. Because, in the region ahead, there's also a Devil King level character. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. A Devil King level character? Lu Ming was even more astonished. Chapter 4078. Why don't you come with us? We can talk as we walk. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. From what the young man from the Battle Saint tribe said, there were many geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered in the eastern region. Maybe, Ling Yue was there as well. In addition, Lu Ming was also very curious and wanted to clarify things. Lu Ming followed the 10+ people and headed east. On the way, the young man from the Battle Saint tribe also told Lu Ming everything. The demons and the geniuses from the heavenly palace all split up after they entered this temporary planet. After that, they went to various corners of the planet. At the start, it was very chaotic as they hunted each other. However, among these geniuses, there were both strong and weak ones. In the nearby vast region, a genius from the demons appeared. His strength was extremely shocking and he slaughtered the geniuses from the heavenly palace as if he was taking something out of his pocket. No one could defeat him. At the start, the heavenly palace lost a large number of geniuses. This genius from the demons was known as the king of this region. The king of geniuses in this region was lofty. At the end, an extremely terrifying demon-level genius from the heavenly palace also appeared and fought against the genius from the demons, ending in a draw. That demon-level genius from the heavenly palace was none other than a young genius from the Buddha race. From then on, the geniuses of the heavenly palaces in this region all gathered around the young genius from the Buddha race, with him as their leader. Because in this region, other than him, there was no one else who could contend against that devil genius. And the demons in this region naturally gathered around that terrifying devil as well. Just like this, the two kings of this region started to fight against each other. For the past few days, the two sides have been fighting each other almost every day. The two regional kings have also fought each other every day. For the past 6 days, the two regional kings have been fighting to a draw. As for the others, many of them have died. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained. Lu Ming thought of the many corpses he saw before. There were corpses from both the demons and the heavenly palace. Now that he thought about it, both sides must have gone through a great battle and suffered losses. How's the battle strength of the two regional kings? Lu Ming asked. He was more concerned about this. Those who could become regional kings were obviously at the pinnacle of the participants this time. Compared to such figures, one would know what level one was at among the participants this time. The demon clan and the heavenly palace's kings have the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but they're both peerless geniuses. Luo Tian from the Buddha clan is one of the candidates for the universe's young geniuses list. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained as reverence could be seen in his eyes. So this is the standard? A strange look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Was this the strength of a regional king? He had just killed a genius of this level not long ago. That single-horned demon youth was an existence of this level. It seems like my strength is at the peak of the participants this time around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a strange area. This area was filled with protruding rocks that were incomparably sharp. They were like divine swords. On each protruding rock, there was a young man. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were gazing into the distance. This was the place where the geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that there were close to 100 geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered here. On the tallest rock over there is the peerless genius from the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe pointed at the tallest rock. Lu Ming looked over and indeed saw a young man sitting cross-legged on that rock. He was bald and his skin was golden. There was also a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a pure member of the Buddha clan. This was the peerless genius of the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were closed. He looked dignified and his entire body was enveloped in Buddhist light. He seemed to be circulating his energy and adjusting his breathing. Lu Ming took a few glances and then shifted his gaze away to look for Ling Yue. Unfortunately, Ling Yue was not among these people. Obviously, Ling Yue was not in this area. I hope nothing happens to her. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Although he and Ling Yue knew each other and had an inexplicable engagement, the two of them had been together for so long and had experienced many things together. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but worry about Ling Yue's safety. However, Ling Yue was very strong. Her cultivation was already at the peak of the 4th level of the God Emperor realm. She could break through to the 5th level of the God Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, Ling Yue's combat strength was extremely strong. After obtaining the opportunity from the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she had achieved a transformation. If they fought at the same level, ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list would not be Ling Yue's match. As long as she did not encounter a regional king-level demon genius, Ling Yue should be able to protect herself. Lu Ming planned to hunt a wave of demons here. After all the demon geniuses in this area had gathered around the regional king. This saved him the trouble of searching. After chatting with the youth of the Battle Saint tribe for a while, Lu Ming flew and landed on an empty rock. He sat down cross-legged and waited. The demons are attacking. Lu Ming had not sat down for long when a loud roar suddenly sounded. Boom! 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 The geniuses of the heavenly palace on the rock all stood up and released a powerful aura, preparing for a great battle. As expected, they are here. It's been 6 days. These demons want to fight with us. Today is the 7th day. They think we are afraid of them. Today, we will kill them all. Kill all the demons. The geniuses of the heavenly palace roared, their battle intent high. They were afraid of the regional king, but the regional king was blocked by Luo Tian, so they were not afraid. Lu Ming stood on a rock and looked into the distance. In the distance, a large group of demons flew over. These demons spread their wings, and their baleful aura soared into the sky. Their roars were like thunder as they rushed over. Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace. The demon geniuses roared. Among them, one of the demons attracted Lu Ming's attention. This abyssal was covered in green scales, but his right arm was fiery red. There were sinister bone spikes on his arm. Luo Tian, come out and fight. Today, I will kill you. The red demon on his right arm roared, his killing intent surging. This was the regional king of the demons. His name was Sa Dao. Amitba. Since Benefactor wants to go on your way, this poor monk will fulfill your wish. Luo Tian stepped on the air, and the Buddhist light became even stronger. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. His speed was very fast, and in a few steps, he was close to Sa Dao. A Buddhist chant rang out, and a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It slammed its palm down on Sa Dao. Chapter 4079. The Buddha statue was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Its golden hand looked like a small mountain as it moved toward Sa Dao. That move again? Can't you do something else? Break. Sa Dao smiled ferociously and rose up in the air. His red right arm punched the air. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread in the air. The golden hand exploded. Not only that, but the gigantic Buddha statue also exploded and turned into energy. Swoosh! Sa Dao's demonic wings flapped, and he charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. His right arm became even redder, and flames spread out, making his entire arm look like it was made of lava. Luo Tian's third eye was shining. A golden light appeared. It was a pure Buddhist light. It was Luo Tian's original secret skill. Luo Tian's original secret skill had already severed 6 shackles. That was terrifying. Very few cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer could sever 6 shackles. The shackles of an original secret skill were extremely difficult to sever. Each shackle was like an insurmountable chasm. However, each time one was severed, one's strength would increase tremendously. Usually, only godly emperors could sever all 9 shackles of an original secret skill. Pure Buddhist light surrounded Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian jumped forwards and punched the air. Boom! Luo Tian's hand collided with Sa Dao's right arm. It looked like 2 planets had collided. Red and golden lights filled the sky. Rings after rings of terrifying energy rushed out in all directions like waves of water. No one dared to stand still in the surroundings. The 2 of them collided and their silhouettes flickered. They were evenly matched. Then, the 2 men's second move collided. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a dozen attacks. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Lu Ming glanced at them and understood what was going on. It was similar to what the young man of the Battle Saint tribe had said. Both of them had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but their fighting prowess was comparable to that of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, that was it. It was about the same as the horned demon that Lu Ming had killed before. Kill. Kill. At this time, the demons and the other people of the heavenly palace were also fighting. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams were heard. Some people had already fallen. Die, brat. An ugly demonic youth brandishing a demonic saber fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. That ugly demon had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. To be honest, for a cultivator who was less than 50,000 years old, that was already very good. Without a doubt, this ugly demon was also a monstrous figure. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was really not enough. Puff. Lu Ming used the great devil sword art. Sword light flashed, and that devil genius was cut in two. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and that ugly devil's spirit blood was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took that drop of demon spirit blood and continued to kill the other demons. The result was already decided. None of those demons could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. His demonic sword swept through the air, and Lu Ming killed a demon with each slash. He's that strong? The other heavenly palace's young geniuses couldn't help but open their eyes wide in disbelief. When they had seen Lu Ming before, they hadn't paid much attention to him. They had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary young genius. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong. He could kill those demons as easily as cutting vegetables. He was a peerless monstrous cultivator. The other demons were even more terrified. They didn't dare fight against Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they all retreated. This scene also attracted the attention of the 2 kings of the other 2 regions. But little brat, wait until I get rid of that bald guy, then I'll kill you. Sa Dao shouted angrily. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Your opponent is me. Buddha's light illumination. Luo Tian shouted. The Buddhist light that filled the sky turned into different weapons and smashed down on Sa Dao from all directions. Luo Tian was delighted to see Lu Ming's strength. As long as Lu Ming got rid of the other demons, the heavenly palace's young geniuses would be able to attack Sa Dao together. They might be able to kill Sa Dao in one blow. He was very surprised by Lu Ming's behavior. You? Do you think I have nothing better to do than challenge you every day? 7 days are up. Die. 7 deadly fire poison, explode. Sa Dao attacked a few times. Then, his right arm shook violently. A mysterious force spread out. At that moment, Luo Tian's body shook violently. Then, red lines appeared on Luo Tian's body. A disgusting smell was emitted from his body. Puff. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened rapidly. Poison. When did you poison me? Luo Tian shouted in shock. He kept releasing Buddha's light in an attempt to purify the poison. However, it was useless. The effect was minimal. With your strength, it's difficult to use a poison to kill you. My poison didn't have any signs. During the fight, it seeped into your body bit by bit. I have fought you every day for the past 7 days. After 7 days, the 7 deadly fire poison has finally succeeded. Sa Dao sneered. Luo Tian's face was pale. He finally understood why Sa Dao had challenged him every day for the past 7 days. Initially, he didn't think too much about it. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was normal for demons to challenge them every day. Who would have thought that Sabeo would secretly poison him when they were fighting? Moreover, this poison needed 7 days to take effect. Die. Sa Dao's eyes were ferocious. He punched Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian screamed in pain. His body flew out and broke dozens of huge rocks. Luo Tian was still alive. He had the physical body of a pure Buddha and was known to be immortal. Even so, Luo Tian was severely injured. His chest was almost pierced through. His heart was crushed. His aura was extremely weak. What's going on? At that moment, the elites of the Heavenly Palace turned pale. Luo Tian and Sa Dao were locked in a fight. However, he had been defeated in an instant. All of this happened too suddenly. Most importantly, now that Luo Tian had been defeated, who else could compete with Sa Dao? Mu Yun? Although Mu Yun was strong, his combat strength was still lacking compared to regional kings like Sa Dao and Luo Tian. It's over. The elites of the Heavenly Palace felt a chill down their spines. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Great. Ha ha ha, great. In contrast to the people of the Heavenly Palace, the remaining elites of the evil demons were ecstatic. Baldy, I won't kill you for now. I want to show you how I'm going to kill all the people of the Heavenly Palace. Sa Dao said coldly. Then, his figure flashed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 4080. Sa Dao threw himself at Lu Ming. His right arm was as red as fire, as if it was made of lava. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his chi was already moving towards Lu Ming. Even ordinary cultivators of the 8th Godly Emperor layer wouldn't be able to withstand that chi. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of anticipation. This was because another drop of evil demon's spirit blood was about to be obtained. Die. When Sa Dao saw that Lu Ming wasn't dodging, he looked ferocious. His right arm was red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. In the process of punching out, his fist actually grew rapidly. It was like a small mountain as it blasted toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura made the other elites of the Heavenly Palace turn pale with fright. Mu Yun, move back! Shouted someone furiously. The rest of the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he did not die from this punch. Many people started getting ready to run away. At that moment, Lu Ming also threw a punch. His fist was no different from an ordinary fist, except that it was emitting a dazzling light. Boom! Their fists heavily collided. In an instant, the void shook violently. Rings of energy ripples swept out in all directions. What happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming was standing in the sky, motionless. He was as steady as a mountain. Everybody thought that Lu Ming would be blown away, or even explode, but that didn't happen. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the contrary, Sa Dao trembled and retreated a few steps. How? How is that possible? Everybody's eyes were wide open, including Luo Tian, who was seriously injured. Lu Ming had surprisingly pushed Sa Dao back with one punch. Even Luo Tian hadn't been able to do that. How strong! Prince Yuanwen said that Mu Yun wasn't weaker than him at the same level. It seems like it's true. Mu Yun has the strength of the 4th Godly Emperor layer, he's 5 levels stronger than him. The thoughts of the young man from the Battle Saint tribe spun rapidly as a look of admiration appeared on his face. Brat, you, Sa Dao himself was also very shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his, but when they had exchanged blows just now, he had felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply endless, filled with an aura of destruction. His arm went numb, as if it was about to shatter. Your strength is only so-so. Now, it's my turn, Lu Ming said indifferently. All the cells in his body trembled, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. This was the manifestation of his strength being stimulated to the peak. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Sa Dao and punched out continuously. Boom boom boom, the void shook violently. Dozens of fist forces pressed down on Sa Dao like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The terrifying aura caused Sa Dao's muscles to tense up. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt his scalp go numb. I don't believe that even if he can fight someone 5 levels stronger than him, he won't be able to suppress me. Explode! Sa Dao roared. His fiery red right arm became even thicker. Mysterious runes appeared on it, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. At the same time, he punched out with his right arm, and in an instant, he punched out dozens of times, colliding with Lu Ming's punches. A series of explosions resounded, dazzling the eyes and deafening the ears. The other demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace couldn't see the battle clearly. Who would win? Everyone's heart was pounding because the outcome of the battle would determine the life and death of both sides. But in the next moment, they knew the answer. In the midst of the explosions, a silhouette was pushed back, smashing a few huge rocks. It was Sa Dao. He was now in a very miserable state. There were several fist marks on his body, especially his fiery red arm, which was covered in cracks. Sa Dao spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his chi was extremely weak. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Then, he turned around and ran away, not daring to fight again. However, he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in the process of fighting with Lu Ming. Even his strongest right arm was almost broken, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. How could he get away from Lu Ming? Lu Ming was wrapped in the divine wind, and in a few flashes, he caught up with Sa Dao. Let's die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sa Dao went crazy. His arm, which was full of cracks, emitted a dazzling red light, and a terrifying chi was released, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sa Dao was going to self-destruct his red right arm. This red right arm was the foundation of Sa Dao's survival. He was born with it, and after some cultivation, its power was boundless, just like the horn of the horned demon from before. This kind of innate power was extraordinary. Once it self-destructed, the power would be earth-shattering. Sa Dao knew that he couldn't escape, so he planned to self-destruct his right arm and die with Lu Ming. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Great binding art. Lu Ming shouted softly and pressed with both hands. Wang! An invisible force suddenly appeared around Sa Dao. This force was like a python, tightly binding Sa Dao. At the same time, there were sharp thorns on this python that pierced into Sa Dao's body, trying to bind his physical body and demonic aura. 3,000 ancient secret techniques, great binding art. This was something that Lu Ming had exchanged from the Merit Exchange Hall. In the Blessings Tower, he had already cultivated it to the greater success stage, and had yet to use it in a battle. It was just right to use it now. After being hit by the great binding art, Sa Dao's body suddenly stiffened. Kill! A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's body flashed, and a demonic sword soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Then, Sa Dao's head flew high into the sky. Another demon prodigy comparable to a candidate on the Universe Prodigy list was killed by Lu Ming. With a grab of his palm, Lu Ming grabbed Sa Dao's demon spirit blood in his hand. Sa Dao's demon spirit blood was also extraordinary. It wasn't any weaker than the demon spirit blood of the horned demon youth. Lu Ming took out a new jade bottle and stored this drop of demon spirit blood. That's it? The surrounding people were still in a daze. This demon prodigy who had fought with Luo Tian for 7 days and defeated Luo Tian with poison had been killed so easily. They felt like they were in a dream. Let's go. The remaining demons roared and turned to escape. At this time, the prodigies from the heavenly palace woke up. Don't let them escape. Kill! The prodigies from the heavenly palace roared and charged towards the demon prodigies. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of a chance to beat a drowning dog. Lu Ming also rushed out to hunt the demons. Chapter 4081. Lu Ming had already killed some of the demons, so there weren't many left. Now that they were being chased by Lu Ming and the geniuses of the heavenly palace, the outcome of these demons was already destined. Not a single one of the remaining demons managed to escape. In the end, they all died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. More than half of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. There was no other way. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, and his battle strength was too strong. The demons were no match for him, so of course they would be killed quickly. All the geniuses of the heavenly palace revealed smiles on their faces. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Nearly 100 demons had been killed here. One had to know that the total number of demons participating in the battle was only about 4,000. Now that over 100 of them had been killed in an instant, this was an important victory, especially since there was a top monster like Sa Dao among them. This battle could even affect the overall situation. In this competition, they and the demons would not rest until one of them was dead. It was either you die or I die. They were naturally happy to be able to kill so many demons in one go. These people expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Luo Tian also flew over, barely stabilizing his injuries, and thanked Lu Ming. "You're welcome. This time, our common enemy is the demons. When I see the demons, I naturally have to take action," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Right." With that, Lu Ming's tone changed. Then, he waved his hand and used the taboo power to carve a strange pattern in the air. This pattern was the pattern that he and Ling Yue had agreed on. Furthermore, the patterns on the two of them were different. This was to make it easier to identify them. According to this pattern, they knew the other party's movements. "Everyone, I would like to ask, have you seen this pattern in the vicinity?" Lu Ming asked. Everyone looked carefully and many shook their heads. "I've seen this pattern before. It was carved on some rocks." Luo Tian looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming was overjoyed and said, "Master Luo Tian, where have you seen this pattern?" "It's in the west, about 500,000 li away from here. It's in a stretch of protruding rocks." Luo Tian explained the location in detail. Lu Ming noted it down carefully. After that, he bid farewell and prepared to leave. Anyway, almost all the demons in this area had been killed. The people in the heavenly palace were not in danger for the time being, so there was no need for him to stay. Luo Tian and the others immediately urged Lu Ming to stay. They wanted to move together with him, but Lu Ming refused. Among these people, only Luo Tian's strength was not bad and could be of help to him. The rest of them were too ordinary, and Lu Ming did not want to bring a bunch of burdens with him. It was easier for him to act alone. After bidding farewell, Lu Ming headed west alone. On this temporary planet, their speed was greatly suppressed. A distance of more than 500,000 kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye in the primitive universe, but here, it would still take some time. A day later, Lu Ming finally arrived at this area and saw a large number of protruding rocks. Lu Ming spread out his spirit sense and began to search. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and appeared above a rock. There was a pattern on this rock. That's right, this was indeed carved by Ling Yue. Others couldn't understand it and only thought that it was a simple pattern, but Lu Ming could see where Ling Yue was going. After taking a look at the pattern, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he continued to head west. After a period of time, Lu Ming saw another pattern. After identifying it, Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lu Ming would occasionally meet the geniuses of the heavenly palace or the demons, but the further he went, the fewer geniuses of the heavenly palace or the demons he met. In the last day, he didn't meet a single genius of the heavenly palace or the demons. What's going on? Could it be that the geniuses of the heavenly palace and the demons in this area have all left? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Moreover, the pattern left behind by Ling Yue had been broken since half a day ago. It was inexplicably cut off. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find the next pattern. What's going on? Did Ling Yue suddenly encounter danger? Lu Ming revealed a trace of worry. This could only be the case. Otherwise, she would definitely continue to carve the pattern. Only when she suddenly encountered danger and didn't have time to carve the pattern would the pattern be broken. Moreover, in this area, Lu Ming didn't meet a single heavenly palace or demon, which was even more strange. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and continued to search towards the west. Just as Lu Ming passed by a canyon, suddenly, there was a burst of demonic qi in the canyon. Figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. It was the demons. There were more than a dozen demons, all staring at Lu Ming ferociously. It's the people of the heavenly palace, there are indeed fish that escaped the net. A boy of the fourth godly emperor layer, not bad, he can be considered a big fish. Kill him first. More than a dozen demons roared, and then rushed towards Lu Ming together. These demons were quite strong, and there was even a fifth godly emperor layer demon genius among them. However, there was no one like Sa Dao, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. Just in time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the great godly wind technique and the great demon sword technique were used together. Suddenly, sword chi rushed forward, and blood spurted out, and one demon after another was killed. No matter what cultivation level, in the hands of Lu Ming, the end was the same, that was, killed by a sword. Run. This guy is too terrifying, he deserves to die. The remaining demons were terrified and turned around, wanting to run away. But how could Lu Ming let them run away? After a few seconds, the three demons collapsed on the ground, severely injured. As for the other demons, they had been killed by Lu Ming. Let me ask you, what's going on with this area? Why don't I see the people of the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked coldly. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't think you can get any information from us. Shouted a demon furiously. Is that so? Then I'll send you on your way. Said Lu Ming coldly. He flicked his finger and a beam of strength shot out and pierced through the demon's third eye, killing him instantly. Now, which one of you will tell me? Asked Lu Ming. Hee, if you want to kill us, then kill us. If we tell you, we'll die anyway. Indeed. Even though the two demons were terrified, they still shook their heads resolutely. They knew very well in their hearts that this competition between the heavenly palace and the abyss devils was nothing more than a fight to the death. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. As for 80% of the people surrendering, that was almost impossible. If they surrendered and left, the demon king wouldn't let them off. Therefore, they knew that even if they told him, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. Chapter 4082. The two evil demons were very stubborn and would rather die than say anything. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to kill the two evil demons and take away their evil demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming was even more certain that something must have happened in this area. Lu Ming was just about to leave, but he immediately stopped. This was because he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger coming from all directions. Yes, it was coming from all directions. He actually couldn't determine where this sense of danger was coming from. This sense of crisis made the muscles all over Lu Ming's body tense up and the hair all over his body stood on end automatically. It was definitely a terrifying enemy that could make him feel this way. A terrifying enemy had appeared in the vicinity. Where is it? Lu Ming's mind was highly focused and his spiritual sense spread out in a large area, watching all the slight movements in the surroundings. Rumble. Suddenly, Lu Ming's ears twitched. He heard a rumbling sound. Although it was very subtle, his spiritual senses were very sharp. Moreover, he had cultivated more than 10 kinds of secret skills related to his ears. Therefore, he was able to accurately capture the sound. Underground. Swish. Without hesitation, Lu Ming's figure rushed into the sky. The moment Lu Ming rushed up, a demon claw grabbed out from the ground. Gravel splashed as the demon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. However, it was a step too late. The demon claw grabbed Lu Ming's feet, bringing a terrible gust of wind. Your reaction is quite fast, but do you think you can escape from my hands? A cruel and tyrannical voice sounded. Then, the ground exploded with a bang. A tall demon figure rushed out from the ground. Lu Ming looked down and swept his gaze over. His pupils shrank slightly. This was an evil demon. However, this evil demon was very different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. This evil demon was extremely tall and burly, at least 10 meters tall. His entire body was filled with bulging muscles and bone spurs protruded from his body. His pair of demon claws were huge and ferocious, and his nails were as sharp as knives. Bam! The demon stomped his feet on the ground and his burly body soared into the sky, bringing along a violent force. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Lu Ming's head and stomped down on Lu Ming. That kind of speed was as fast as teleportation. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming had already activated the battle essence, which increased his combat power by 6 times. He activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique and blasted an upward punch. His fist collided with the foot of the burly demon. What a terrifying strength! At the moment of collision, Lu Ming felt his whole body tremble. It was as if he had been hit by a huge high-level planet. His body was like a cannonball, falling toward the ground. There was a loud bang and Lu Ming's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling numb all over. He has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He can fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him. That's what Lu Ming thought. Yes, the demon was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation level was too high. He had reached the 6th godly emperor layer. His combat capability was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. His combat capability was much higher than Lu Ming's. Not bad, not bad. You received one of my attacks and didn't die. It seems like you're one of the strongest cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. Very good. Killing you will be a great loss for the Heavenly Palace, said the burly evil demon ferociously. He flapped his wings and turned into a gust of wind. He then charged towards Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws tore through the air and moved towards Lu Ming. Fast, just as fast. Lu Ming shouted. All his cells shook at the same time. He used all his secret techniques. They turned into dazzling lights. Lu Ming looked like a celestial being. Boom! Lu Ming used all his strength and threw a punch. That punch collided with the burly evil demon's claws. There was an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming's body shook violently. Once again, his body was like a meteorite, crashing toward the ground. Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground and his entire body bent down. However, he did not dare to stop. He exerted force in his legs and his body moved sideways. Boom! The burly evil demon landed on the place where Lu Ming had been a moment before. That evil demon's feet were also covered with sharp claws and bones. They were terrifyingly strong. A gigantic crater appeared in the ground. Violent energy swept out. Lu Ming had to strike with his palm to break the energy. You're strong, but not enough, shouted the burly evil demon. He flapped his gigantic wings and charged towards Lu Ming. His claws kept clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Both of his fists were constantly bombarded. Every punch was filled with his strength. At the same time, the great evil sword art was also activated. It turned into evil swords and slashed towards the opponent. Both of them attacked at a very fast speed. Both of them were terrifyingly strong. However, even if Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, he was still not the opponent of this evil demon. Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, but he could only kill an opponent who was 5.5 levels higher than him. He was still half a level lower than the opponent. In the Divine Emperor realm, half a level difference was enough to crush the opponent. Just like how Lu Ming dealt with the one-horned evil demon and Sa Dao. It wouldn't be too difficult for this evil demon to deal with Lu Ming. In an instant, both of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Puff! Lu Ming's body was still caught by the evil demon's claws. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The violent chi blasted Lu Ming thousands of miles away. God knows how many huge rocks were smashed. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was almost torn into 2. The potential in each of his cells was crazily stimulated. It constantly emerged and turned into Lu Ming's strength. His body was recovering rapidly. If it wasn't for his tenacious vitality, that move would have taken away half of his life. Whoosh! The burly evil demon attacked again. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lu Ming a chance to breathe. In fact, he was also unable to calm down. Lu Ming's battle strength had shocked him. If Lu Ming broke through another level, the one who would be crushed would not be Lu Ming, but him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He rushed towards the burly evil demon. Great Binding Art. Lu Ming used the Great Binding Art. An invisible force entangled the burly evil demon like a python. Sharp thorn-like chi pierced the evil demon's body. It wanted to bind his body and evil demon chi. Open for me. The burly abyss devil laughed wildly. His originally burly body became even more burly. With a boom, the invisible force that wrapped around his body was directly pushed away. Chapter 4083. The strength of the burly demon was very amazing. He actually forcibly broke free from the shackles of the Great Binding Technique. His huge demon claws continuously grabbed at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the Great Binding Technique, he mobilized all his strength and launched his strongest attack, which just happened to collide with the demon claws of the burly demon. Continuous roars sounded, and the two exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and his bones groaned as he was unable to support himself. His figure retreated again. In the end, there was still a big gap in strength. Even with the Great Binding Technique, it was difficult to make up for it. Although the Great Binding Technique was mysterious, it also needed the support of cultivation. His cultivation was still a little low, and it was difficult to exert the full power of the Great Binding Technique. He could not trap the burly demon. What other moves do you have? Use them all. I will let you feel despair. The burly demon's eyes became even more ferocious. His figure did not stop. When Lu Ming retreated, he continued to attack Lu Ming. His sharp demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved his fist to block, but the burly demon's other demon claw changed direction and grabbed at Lu Ming from below. Puff! Lu Ming was caught again. 3 ribs flew out, and his flesh and blood splattered. His injury was even more serious. Fortunately, this was Lu Ming. If it had been someone else, they would have been killed under the circumstances where there was such a huge difference in their abilities. Just like the horned demon and saber before, when facing Lu Ming, they did not last long and were killed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's vitality was too tenacious. After resisting so many moves, he was still not killed. Go! The moment Lu Ming retreated, the Great God Wind technique was fully operated. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he retreated. He understood that he was not the opponent's opponent. If he continued to fight, there was no chance of winning. Why should he continue to fight? Want to escape? In my hands, this is wishful thinking. The burly demon sneered. His demon wings flapped rapidly. His body was more than 10 meters tall, but his speed was astonishing. After Lu Ming was injured, his speed was not as fast as the burly demon. The distance between the two sides was closing again. Die! The burly demon launched a storm-like attack. His demon claws clawed out dozens of times in an instant, leaving claw marks everywhere in the air. But at this moment, there was a violent sound from Lu Ming's side. Then, an emerald green arrow suddenly appeared and shot at the burly demon's forehead. Fast, astonishingly fast, and the power was also astonishingly strong. In the face of this arrow, even the burly demon didn't dare to be careless. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. He had no choice but to stop attacking Lu Ming. His demonic claws suddenly grabbed backward. Clang! The sharp demonic claws grabbed the emerald green arrow, causing the sound of metal clashing and sparks to fly in all directions. Wang! The emerald green arrow kept shaking and finally collapsed. However, the burly demon's attack was also blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly distanced himself from the burly demon. Mu Yun, follow me. Not far away, a graceful figure appeared. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who could it be? Lu Ming was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect that Ling Yue would suddenly appear when he couldn't find her after spending so much effort. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Yue's cultivation had broken through. Before entering this temporary planet, Ling Yue's battle strength was at the peak of the 4th layer of the God Emperor realm. Now, Ling Yue had reached the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm. After Ling Yue obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she completed the transformation. Her talent and battle strength had both increased by a lot. In a battle of the same level, Ling Yue's battle strength was stronger than the ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Lu Ming estimated that if Ling Yue went all out, she could fight across 4.5 levels. The full strength of Ling Yue, who was at the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm, was not weaker than his full strength. That was why the arrow just now had forced the burly demon to block it. If it was before she broke through, it would definitely be impossible. At this moment, there was no time to think. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yue. Follow me. Ling Yue said as she brought Lu Ming and rushed in a certain direction. You want to leave? Both of you, stay behind. The burly 10,000 devils roared and chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The burly demon's speed was extremely fast, quickly closing the distance between him and Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh! When the distance between the two sides was about to close, Ling Yue turned around and shot an arrow. What she was using now was naturally not the Elven King bow that was stained with blood, because it was suppressed here and could not be used. What she was using was her Origin's secret technique. The arrow pierced through the air like a ray of light, shooting towards the burly demon's forehead. Facing Ling Yue's attack, the burly demon had no choice but to block it. Although Ling Yue's battle prowess was still lacking compared to his, he couldn't directly ignore it. He waved his hand to blocking Ling Yue's arrow. However, his figure was still blocked for a moment and his speed slowed down. As for Lu Ming and Ling Yue, they took the opportunity to open up a distance between them. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to recover with all his might. Every cell in his body was trembling slightly. The potential in every cell was constantly gushing out, repairing his injuries. His body, which had been badly damaged, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the burly abyss demon was shocked. This monster, the burly abyss demon, roared in his heart, and became even more determined to kill Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue even more crazily, but when the distance between them closed again, Ling Yue turned around and shot another arrow. The path of archery was best at long-range attacks. If it was anyone else, at such a distance, the power of their attacks would definitely be greatly weakened. However, Ling Yue's arrows were able to maintain their peak power. This was the advantage of a long-range attacker. After being blocked by Ling Yue's arrow, Lu Ming and Ling Yue took the opportunity to widen the distance between them. Just like this, they flew for a long distance, one chasing the other. After a period of time, Lu Ming's injuries were much better, and he wasn't far from returning to his peak state. At this moment, a forest appeared in front of them. Yes, it really was a forest. Lu Ming was extremely surprised. This was because this temporary planet was created by the master-level experts on both sides who had temporarily grabbed the rocks on the ground of the Dark Universe to refine it. This place was filled with bare rocks. How could there be a forest? Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen a single blade of grass. Enter the forest. When Ling Yue saw the forest, her eyes lit up and she sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not doubt him. Together with Ling Yue, he rushed into the forest. Just as they rushed into the forest, the burly abyss demon also rushed into the forest. However, when the burly abyss demon rushed into the forest, there were no traces of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Instead, the trees in all directions came to life and charged towards the burly abyss demon. Chapter 4084. All the plants in the forest seemed to have come alive. They turned into terrifying monsters and charged towards the tall and sturdy demon. Illusory realm, break. The tall and sturdy demon roared and clawed at the trees, causing them to explode. An illusion array, break. Don't even think about trapping me. Break, 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 break. The tall and sturdy demon roared crazily, as if he had turned into a wild beast. Wherever he went, rocks would fly and huge craters would appear on the ground. At that moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei had already left the forest and appeared on the other side. They weren't affected by the illusion array at all. Lu Ming was astonished. This illusion array was set up by an expert from the Heavenly Palace. It won't be able to stop that demon for long. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Come with me. Ling Yuwei hurriedly explained and then flew in a certain direction. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Not long after, they appeared hundreds of thousands of li away and arrived at a secret place. At that moment, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. He couldn't see the slightest wound on his body anymore. Besides, he realized that his cultivation level had increased by a lot. The battle with the tall and sturdy demon before had been very dangerous. Lu Ming had been seriously injured. His life had been threatened, and his potential had been stimulated. The potential in his cells had been stimulated unceasingly. Now, his cultivation level had taken a huge step forward. He wasn't too far away from the 5th godly emperor layer. Even though this battle had been difficult, he had also gained a lot. If he had cultivated step by step, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to obtain these gains. Why are you here? Also, what's going on in this area? Why haven't I met anyone from the Heavenly Palace, only demons? Immediately, Lu Ming asked curiously. He had a lot of questions in his heart. This time, I came out to investigate the movements of the demons. I didn't expect that I would run into you being chased by Luo Shi. Luo Shi is the name of that demon just now. As for this area, the situation is very bad. Not only this area, but the situation in a large number of nearby areas is very bad because there is an extremely terrifying monster on the demon's side. Ling Yuwei explained. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression was very serious. An extremely terrifying demon, even more powerful than that Luo Shi? Lu Ming asked. Indeed, he's not just a little bit stronger, he's much stronger. That demon has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer, and he's also a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer. He can defeat cultivators who are 5 levels stronger than him. Ling Yuwei said. What? Lu Ming's expression also changed greatly. A cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer could fight cultivators who were 5 cultivation layers higher than him. That was terrifying. Luo Shi could easily kill such a cultivator. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence among the demons? This abyssal should be the strongest of the chosen abyssal geniuses that participated in this war. During this period of time, he has swept through a large area. A massive number of chosen from the Heavenly Palace have died at his hands. There is simply no way for them to contend with him. The other demons gathered around him. With him as the core, they swept through a large area. That Luo Shi is one of the strongest helpers of that demon. Ling Yuwei said. Does that mean that in this large area, the people of the Heavenly Palace have been killed? Lu Ming's expression became heavier. If that was the case, the Heavenly Palace would be in danger this time. No, there are still many survivors in the Heavenly Palace. It's all thanks to a demon from the World Turtle. That demon has a strong cultivation base and is also very strong in rune formations. Although he's not as good as Dandan, he's not much worse. During this time, it's all thanks to the formation of this demon from the World Turtle that the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were able to survive and escape the pursuit of the demons. The illusion formation was also set up by the demon from the World Turtle so that the people in the Heavenly Palace could avoid the demon's pursuit. Lu Ming understood that the illusion array in the forest previously was set up by the demon of the world's divine turtle. Now, the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were hiding in a formation set up by the demon from the World Turtle to avoid the demon's pursuit. However, the situation was very critical because this temporary planet was only so big. Sooner or later, they would be found. At that time, no one would be able to contend against the strongest demon prodigy. The heavenly palace would also be defeated. Now, more than half of the temporary planet is controlled by these demons. There are demons everywhere chasing after the people of the heavenly palace. It's very dangerous. Let's go back to the heavenly palace's place of residence first, Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and did not object. Now, more than half of the temporary planet had been swept away by the demons. There were almost no people from the heavenly palace. It was very dangerous for him to barge in alone. This was because, on the demon's side, other than the strongest demon, there was more than one demon at the level of Luo Shi. The two of them left this place, restrained their auras, and carefully headed in a direction. During this time, they met a team of demons. This team of demons did not have any terrifying prodigies, but the two of them did not make a move. Who knew if there were any terrifying demons like Luo Shi nearby? If they made a move and attracted such demons, it would be troublesome. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat an existence like Luo Shi. After bypassing the team of demons, about 2 hours later, Lu Ming and company arrived at an ordinary rocky area. This area looked no different from other areas. There were messy rocks everywhere, and there was not a single living being. This is it. This place is covered by a large illusion array. It looks ordinary, but in fact, the survivors of the heavenly palace are all inside. After Ling Yue finished speaking, she took out 2 jade tokens and handed one to Lu Ming. Then, the two of them flew forward. The jade tokens in their hands glowed with a ray of multicolored light and resonated with the array formation. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and the two of them disappeared from their original spot. If one did not have that kind of jade token, one would not be able to enter the illusion array here. Even if one flew past this area, they would not be able to enter the illusion array. It had to be said that this illusion array was very mysterious. As soon as they entered the illusion array, the scene before them changed. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw many figures. This place was filled with protruding rocks. On the rocks, in 2s and 3s, they were all the prodigies of the heavenly palace. About 500 people. Lu Ming's heart sank. According to Ling Yue, more than half of the heavenly palace's prodigies on the temporary planet were gathered here. On the heavenly palace's side, there were a total of 3,000 people participating in the battle. On average, there were about 1,500 people on more than half of the temporary planet. But now, there were only 500 people. Chapter 4085. Out of 1,500 people, only 500 or so were left. In other words, over 1,000 geniuses from the heavenly palace had died at the hands of the demons. This was a huge loss, and it was very unfavorable for the heavenly palace in the following battle. The arrival of Lu Ming and Ling Yue immediately attracted the attention of many people. That seems to be Mu Yun. That's right, it's said that he's Ling Yue's fiancé. I didn't expect Ling Yue to bring him along when she went out this time. I thought he died at the hands of the demons. I heard that Mu Yun's battle strength is extremely strong. I wonder if he can help us. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than that demon? Sigh. Many people sighed, and some people had despair in their eyes. Mu Yun. At this moment, a voice rang out, and a figure flew over. It was the battle god Yuan Wen. Brother battle god. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. After not seeing him for a while, the battle god Yuan Wen's cultivation had also improved greatly. He had actually reached the peak of the 3rd Divine Emperor realm. It seemed that he had also gained a lot in the Fortune Tower. With the battle god Yuan Wen's battle strength, his cultivation was at the 3rd Divine Emperor realm, and he was able to match the 8th Divine Emperor realm, and even defeat the other party. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other after a fight, and there was a sense of appreciation for each other. Brother Mu, your cultivation is 1 level higher than mine, and you're in front of me again. I originally wanted to spar with you, but it seems that I can only do it next time. The battle god Yuan Wen smiled, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he was still not discouraged, and had a strong fighting spirit. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. Swish, 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 in the void in front of him, there were a few light figures, constantly flickering, and at the same time, runes filled the air. Those light figures were clearly a few figures. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he naturally saw very clearly that there were 3 figures, and Lu Ming felt that each of these 3 figures was extremely strong. It gave off a feeling that it was not weaker than the Luo Shi. One of them is from the Angel clan, one is from the Demon clan, and one is from the World Godly Turtle. They're all candidates for the universe's Young Geniuses list, and they all have the strength of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're the 3 strongest people left in the Heavenly Palace. They're not weaker than Luo Shi. Recently, they've been practicing a joint attack technique. They hope to be able to contend against the strongest genius of the demons. Ling Yuwei explained. Can a joint attack really contend against the strongest prodigy of the fiends? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. These 3 people's abilities were similar to Luo Shi's, and they were all candidates for the Universe Genius list. They should be geniuses who could fight across 4 levels. However, the strongest prodigy of the demons was able to fight across 5 levels. If their cultivation levels were the same, their combat prowess would differ by an entire level. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was impossible to fight across a level. There's no other way. This time, those who participate in the battle are all people under 50,000 years old. The highest cultivation level is only the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're almost the highest among the participants this time. Other than them, the others can't compete with the strongest genius of the fiends. And according to Dong Yuanqing, once he's proficient in his joint attack technique, the 3 of them can still fight against the fiends for a few dozen moves. In this way, the others can take the opportunity to escape. It's better than being completely crushed. Ling Yuwei explained. Dong Yuanqing was the name of the World Godly Turtle monster. If the 3 of them join forces to deal with the strongest genius of the fiends, then, who will deal with the other geniuses of the fiends, such as the Luo Shi? Lu Ming immediately thought of this question. The faces of the battle god and Yuan Wen immediately darkened. There's no other way. The battle god shook his head. Of course, they had thought of this question. But what could they do about it? The strongest genius of the fiends was too strong. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, no one could fight against him alone. They could only gather more people to barely fight against him. But the fiends were a level lower, so no one could deal with them. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, it was extremely difficult. Damn it, unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low. If I had the cultivation level of the 6th Godly Emperor layer, I wouldn't have let that fiends run wild. The battle god gnashed his teeth. At the same level, he didn't fear the strongest genius of the fiends. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. He was 3 levels lower than his opponent. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ming. He knew Lu Ming's fighting strength. At the same level, Lu Ming wasn't weaker than him. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's cultivation level wasn't enough. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, the 2 of them could fight across 5 levels if they were at the same level. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were too low. They couldn't reverse the situation. While they were chatting, the 3 top geniuses in the sky stopped and gathered together to discuss something. Then, they continued to practice their joint attack technique. As they practiced, a tortoise shell floated in the air. It was filled with an ancient aura. At this time, Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 stopped practicing again. This time, they smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that they had made good progress. Then, the 3 of them landed on 3 cliffs and sat down to meditate. Lu Ming and the others continued to chat. In the process of chatting, Lu Ming's body was still recovering on its own. He was getting closer to his peak state. About 2 hours later, at this time, a young man in a white robe landed beside the angel race's candidate on the Universe Genius list and whispered a few words. Schwa. The angel race candidate on the universe prodigy list looked in Lu Ming's direction with a sharp gaze. His gaze was like lightning. Lu Ming sensed it instantly. Lu Ming's gaze also looked in that direction. Bu Nan. Ling Yue's expression changed slightly. This Bu Nan was the name of the angel race's candidate on the universe genius list. He was also one of the people who had practiced the joint attack technique with Dong Yuanqing. He was a 6th-level godly emperor. Shua. Bu Nan stood up, took a step in the air, and appeared above Lu Ming and the others. He looked down at Lu Ming and the others with a cold aura. He didn't hide his hostility at all. Many people's gazes turned to look at him. I heard that Mu Yun once challenged Gabbert and made a 1,000-year promise. He has a grudge with the angel race. Many of them want to teach Mu Yun a lesson and curry favor with Gabbert. Bu Nan is going to make a move too. Is he also going to curry favor with Gabbert? Many people were discussing. Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to live until now. Very good, you can fulfill one of my wishes. Bu Nan said coldly. What does your wish have to do with me? Lu Ming said indifferently, his expression still calm. I once owed Gabbert a favor. This favor must be returned. Now, kneel down and apologize to Gabbert in public. Then, slap yourself 30 times. I will record it with the dream godly jade and send it to Gabbert. It can be considered returning the favor. Bu Nan's voice was cold and unquestionable. Chapter 4086. Brennan's tone was indisputable. His body was covered in holy light, and his eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Lu Ming. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. These angels were always acting all high and mighty, as if they were going to eat him up. Lafitte and the others were like that previously. Now, they were already dead souls under his hands. And now, it was the same with Brennan's behavior. Did he really think that he was very powerful? Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. There must be something wrong with your brain. Lu Ming curled his lips. Very well, I knew that you wouldn't give in so easily. Then, I'll beat you until you give in. Brennan said coldly. His voice was even colder. Before he finished speaking, a pure white light emitted from Brennan's glabella. A cross of holy light flew out from his glabella. After the cross of holy light left Brennan's glabella, it quickly expanded and pressed down on Lu Ming like a mountain. He attacked as he pleased. It was very domineering. Angels. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. These angels were really persistent. They seized the opportunity to deal with him. And this was after he challenged Gabbert. It could be considered as offending Gabbert. If the angels knew that Lafitte and dozens of other prodigies died in his hands, he wondered how they would react. They would probably go crazy. Lu Ming's body dashed upward and he threw a punch out. Boom! The punch landed in the middle of the cross of holy light, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The cross of holy light exploded and turned into light spots that dissipated in the air. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 consecutive steps back. Brennan grunted softly. He raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised that Lu Ming could block his attack. You have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But you're still far from being arrogant in front of me. Brennan's voice became even colder. Whoosh! The holy light on his body became even more intense. Pairs of angel wings stretched out from his back. There were a total of 6 pairs, 11 angel wings. This was a 12-winged angel. Among the angels, they were extremely rare 12-winged angels. The battle prowess and talent of the angels could be deduced from the number of wings they had. 8-winged angels could fight opponents 2 levels higher than them in the Divine Emperor realm. In the Divine Emperor realm, a 10-winged angel could fight someone who was 3 levels higher. A 12-winged angel, on the other hand, could fight someone who was 4 levels above them. In other words, as long as it was a 12-winged angel, it would be one of the candidates for the Universe Prodigy list. In the future, it would have a chance to enter the Universe Prodigy list. The 12 wings were as white as snow. Holy light soared into the sky. Bunan's aura rose to the peak. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. If you don't kneel, then I'll beat you until you kneel, Bunan said coldly. He raised his hand, and the vast holy light once again turned into a cross-shaped holy light, pressing down on Lu Ming. This time, the cross-shaped holy light was much stronger than the previous one. The vast pressure rushed toward Lu Ming like a tide. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. All the cells in his body trembled. He activated all his secret techniques, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. Break it. Lu Ming let out a long howl and threw a punch. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch, pushing his battle prowess to the peak. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, causing the sky and earth to tremble violently. Fortunately, there was a formation guarding this place. Otherwise, it would have caused a terrifying commotion. However, many people's faces changed. They were afraid that the formation would be broken by the aftermath of the battle and attract the demons. In addition, many people were even more shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming dared to confront Bunan head-on, and he could release such terrifying waves of energy. This meant that Lu Ming's battle prowess was also very shocking. He wouldn't be crushed one-sidedly. He could hold his own for a short while. Whoosh! A figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He smashed a big pit in the ground. His face was a little pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bunan's battle prowess was not weaker than the demon prodigy Luo Shi. Although Lu Ming blocked it, he was still injured. However, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming withstood Bunan's attack and only suffered minor injuries. His battle prowess was far beyond everyone's imagination. Among the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace, he was definitely one of the top fighters. Bunan frowned, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had used all his strength, but he couldn't make Lu Ming kneel. He only made Lu Ming suffer some minor injuries. This made him very dissatisfied. He was a 12-winged angel of the angel clan. What kind of status did he have? You're courting death. A cold voice came out. Bunan attacked again. This time, a pure white feather flew out from his body and turned into a holy light sword. The sword light rushed into the sky and slashed violently at Lu Ming. The power of this attack was even more shocking. Swish! At this moment, an arrow shot out. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it had pierced through the void. In a flash, it hit the holy light sword. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The arrow exploded, but the holy light sword also trembled violently, and its light dimmed a lot. At the same time, Lu Ming soared into the sky and attacked with all his strength. Another boom rang out. Lu Ming's body flew back and smashed into the ground. However, the holy light sword also exploded. Ling Yue, you want to interfere too? Bunan's expression became even more gloomy. He coldly looked at Ling Yue. What do you think? Ling Yue drew her battle bow, and an arrow continued to condense, aiming at Bunan. At the same time, Lu Ming's body was enveloped in a dazzling light, and his battle-intent soared. Swish! A halberd also condensed in the battle god Yuanwen's hand. The halberd was pointed at Bunan, and the meaning was self-evident. Their figures flickered, and a few geniuses of the battle saint tribe also came to the side of the battle god Yuanwen, staring at Bunan. Battle Saint Tribe, you guys also want to make a move? Good, very good. Then let's deal with all of you in one go. Bunan coldly spoke, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. His aura grew even stronger. Numerous cross-shaped divine swords floated in the air, and there were a total of 12 of them. Hold on, Bunan. With a light shout, an honest-looking young man stepped through the air. This young man was none other than the genius of the world turtle race, Dong Yuanqing. Right now, our common enemy is the devil. The devil hasn't arrived yet, so we can't kill each other and damage our strength. Dong Yuanqing said. Killing a few trash won't affect our strength. Don't worry. Bu Nan said. Oh, let's give it a try then. Lu Ming coldly laughed. Courting death. Bu Nan's eyes turned cold, and his sword chi soared into the sky. Hold on. A figure appeared before Bu Nan. It was the peak demon-level genius of the devil race. Chapter 4087. The top genius of the demon clan, one of the candidates of the Universe Young Geniuses list, stood in front of Bu Nan, preventing him from making a move. You can't make a move. If you cause too much of a commotion and break through the restrictions of the formation and attract demons, we'll all die. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you, said the genius of the demon clan coldly. His entire body was covered by demon chi. Obviously, he wanted to stop Bu Nan from making a move. He didn't want to help Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming and Bu Nan fought, it might lead to very bad consequences. First, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei's fighting strength was astonishing. In the Heavenly Palace, they were definitely the top fighting strength. If they died in Bu Nan's hands, it would undoubtedly weaken the fighting strength of the Heavenly Palace. Second, their fighting strength was too strong. Bu Nan couldn't kill them instantly. If he couldn't kill them instantly, the battle between the two sides would be very intense. If the fluctuations broke through the restrictions of the formation and attracted demons, they would all be in danger. Because of these 2 days, the genius of the demon clan had made a move to stop them. Dong Yuanqing also had the same idea. Bu Nan's face was gloomy. However, with the intervention of the genius of the demon clan and Dong Yuanqing, he definitely couldn't touch Lu Ming. Besides, how could he not know the 2 points from before? He was also very afraid. When he made a move before, he didn't expect Lu Ming to be so difficult to deal with. Later, he couldn't pull his face down, so he forced himself to make a move. Now that there was a way out, he naturally had to follow the way out. Mu Yun, this time, for the sake of brother Dong Yuanqing and brother and I'll spare you for the time being. After this battle with the demons, I'll make you pay the price, said Bu Nan coldly. Ha ha. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. Bu Nan thought that he was very strong. At most, his cultivation level was higher than his by 2 levels. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation level was close to the 5th Godly Emperor layer. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 5th Godly Emperor layer. Once Lu Ming broke through to the 5th Godly Emperor layer, their fighting strength would be completely reversed. At that time, who would have to pay the price? Seeing Lu Ming's disdainful smile, Bu Nan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as his chest heaved up and down. He really wished he could immediately make a move and kill Lu Ming in one move. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. With a gloomy face, Bu Nan turned around and left, returning to the rock to rest. The demon prodigy was expressionless as he stepped into the air and left. As for Dong Yuanqing, he gave Lu Ming a kind smile and turned to leave. Mu Yun's strength has actually reached this level. Even Bu Nan can't do anything to him. That's right, I remember that when the matter between him and Ling Yuwei was in an uproar, his cultivation was only at the Divine Lord realm, and he could only compete with those quasi-emperors. So quickly, his strength is already able to show off in the Divine Emperor realm. This is absolutely astonishing. I didn't pay much attention to him back then, thinking that he could only show off his might in the Divine Lord realm. I didn't expect that his strength would surpass mine so quickly. Many people were secretly discussing and marveling at Lu Ming's strength. The main reason was that Lu Ming's rise was too short. Back then, the matter between Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei had caused an uproar. Many quasi-emperor level prodigies had gone to the Iron Sea Star Field Group to challenge Lu Ming, attracting the attention of many people. But how long had it been since that time? Lu Ming had grown to this extent. It was truly astonishing. At the same time, they thought of Ling Yuwei. Ling Yuwei's speed of improvement was similarly astonishing. If they continued to grow at this speed, there was a high chance that they would truly step into the Universe Prodigy list in the future. Hearing everyone's discussion, Bunan felt even more unhappy. It was as if he was the one who set off Lu Ming. Lu Ming used him as a stepping stone to boost his reputation. Bunan, adjust your mentality. We still have to cultivate the joint attack technique later. This is related to our own lives. As long as we defeat the demon, after we leave, wouldn't that Muyun be at your mercy? The demon prodigy sent a voice transmission to Bunan. Bunan took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. After a period of time, Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the demon prodigy continued to practice the joint attack technique. The joint attack technique was very mysterious. It was a secret technique of the world's divine turtle race. It wasn't easy to cultivate and required constant practice to familiarize oneself with it. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 3 days since Lu Ming arrived. In these 3 days, the Heavenly Palace would constantly send people out to investigate the situation outside. However, many people were sent out and few returned. Obviously, it was very dangerous to go out and investigate. Those who went out to investigate were mostly doomed. Especially on the 3rd day, not a single one of the 8 people sent out returned. This made everyone's hearts very heavy. They had a bad premonition, as if a storm was about to come. The heavy pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. The sky was shaking, and the earth was rumbling. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Could it be that the demon found this place? Exclamations sounded one after another. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of porcelain shattering could be heard in the sky. Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the crack appeared, it quickly expanded. Swoosh. Swoosh. Figures began to emerge from the cracks. Demons. All of them were demons. There were at least 1,000 of them densely packed together. The demons are here. That's Eugene, the demon prodigy Eugene. Someone exclaimed with a pale face. The leader of the demons was very eye-catching. This was because this demon looked very similar to a human. He was burly and wore red battle armor. He had a head of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a dancing flame. He held a demonic saber in his hand. This demonic saber was different from the other demonic sabers. It was fiery red and had demonic flames dancing on it. Eugene. Lu Ming had heard this name more than once during this period of time. Because of Eugene, the balance between the demons and the Heavenly Palace had been broken. The demons had gained the upper hand. He was the strongest genius of the demons who had participated in this battle. He had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He was a peerless genius who could fight against cultivators who were 5 cultivation levels higher than him. The Heavenly Palace was in a state of chaos. Kill all the bastards of the Heavenly Palace. Victory will be ours. Eugene waved his demonic saber. Die. Kill all the bastards of the Heavenly Palace. Die. Shouted the other demons. They moved like lightning and threw themselves at the people of the Heavenly Palace. His speed was extremely fast. Before his figure had even reached them, a series of terrifying attacks had already rolled towards the people of the Heavenly Palace in an overwhelming manner. Fight them to the death. Fight to the death. Shouted the battle god, Yuanwen, and the others of the battle saint tribe. The other people of the Heavenly Palace also attacked the demons with their full strength. Chapter 4088. The people of the Heavenly Palace had no choice but to fight back. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from both sides collided in the air. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, tearing the earth and the void apart. The formation that covered the area was also torn to pieces by the violent shockwaves. After a wave of attacks, the two sides collided. Instantly, horrible shrieks filled the air. Many people had already died when they collided. Without a doubt, the people of the Heavenly Palace were at a complete disadvantage. As soon as the battle started, Eugene looked at Dong Yuan, Qing Bunan and the others. Dong Yuanqing and the other two began to execute a mystical footwork. Their figures flickered continuously, forming a mystical trajectory, as if they were executing a joint attack. Swoosh! A beam of godly light shot out from between them and killed two of the young geniuses. A cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer, who could fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him, coughed up blood and was blown away. Joint attack? Interesting. Eugene revealed a look of curiosity as he stepped forward. His violent aura was like an erupting volcano. Nobody dared get close to Eugene, including the demons. Move aside and deal with the others. I'll deal with those 3, said Eugene coldly. He then moved towards Dong Yuanqing and the others. Swoosh! The demonic saber in his hand rapidly grew in size as he slashed out at Dong Yuanqing and the other two with a shocking might. How terrifying! Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't withstand a single attack from him. They would all be killed instantly. He was relying on his own strength, he wasn't using a powerful weapon. The demon blade in Eugene's hand was condensed from his demon chi. It's Eugene. Stop him! Shouted Dong Yuanqing. The 3 geniuses used their full strength to launch a joint attack. Dazzling godly lights filled the air and an ancient turtle shell appeared in the sky. Boom! The fiery red demonic saber struck the ancient tortoise shell, causing it to vibrate violently. Kacha! The tortoise shell continued to vibrate, and in the end, it emitted a cracking sound. It was covered with numerous cracks, and in the end, it exploded with a bang. However, that demonic saber was also blocked. Dong Yuanqing and the other two were overjoyed. They had managed to block Eugene's attack. It's effective. The combined attack can block his attack. Great! Dong Yuanqing and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Before the battle with Eugene, they were not confident at all. Now, he finally had some confidence. Retreat! Everyone, retreat to the eastern valley. We'll bring up the rear. Then, Dong Yuanqing roared. Retreat! Let's go! The people from the heavenly palace shouted and wanted to retreat to the east. However, how could the demons allow them to retreat? Kill! Don't let any of them go. They're all delicious. I swallowed 2 raw a few days ago. It was so delicious. The numerous abyssal geniuses roared as they charged forward with unstoppable momentum. In particular, there were a few demons who were simply too strong. They were on the same level as Dong Yuanqing and Bunan. Among them, Luo Shi, who had fought with Lu Ming previously, was among them. These demons were unstoppable. No one could defeat them. Poof! A genius from the heavenly palace had his head crushed by Luo Shi's claw. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Then, he took a step forward and crushed a genius from the heavenly palace. His eyes were ferocious as he glanced around. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. Boy, you ran away last time. Let's see where you can run this time. Luo Shi roared. He was very excited and his burly body rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch and a genius of the 4th godly emperor layer was smashed to pieces. He died on the spot. You came at the right time. Let's fight again. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He was fearless as he rushed towards Luo Shi. The two of them were like 2 meteorites as they collided with each other. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion and Lu Ming was pushed back. However, Luo Shi's attack was also blocked. Mu Yun is attacking. He's going to fight Luo Shi. Let's retreat. When the geniuses from the heavenly palace saw that Lu Ming had blocked Luo Shi, they were overjoyed. They looked at Lu Ming gratefully and then ran towards the east. Die, die, die! Shouted Luo Shi furiously. His eyes were filled with murder as he threw himself at Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws were as big as a small mountain. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling rays of light. He pushed his combat ability to the peak as he fought with the Luo corpse. Lu Ming didn't fight against Luo Shi because he wanted to save other people. He wanted to use Luo Shi's strength to stimulate his potential and break through to the fifth godly emperor layer as soon as possible. The Heavenly Palace's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. They couldn't defeat the demons. If things went on like this, the Heavenly Palace would really be defeated in this confrontation. If the lips died, the teeth would be cold. If the Heavenly Palace was defeated, he would also be in danger. He had a strong sense of crisis. He had to break through quickly. Only by breaking through to the fifth godly emperor layer could he protect himself. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. He wanted to use Luo Shi's strength to break through to the fifth godly emperor layer as soon as possible. Lu Ming and Luo Shi had an intense battle. The two of them fought fiercely. It was very tragic. Just like last time, Lu Ming was still not a match for him. He was completely suppressed. After a dozen moves, his hands were covered in blood and flesh. Mu Yun. Not far away, Ling Yue looked worried. She wanted to draw her bow and help Lu Ming. Don't worry about me. Let me do it myself. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. His eyes were filled with determination as he continued to fight Luo Shi. As for Ling Yue, she could only draw her bow and shoot at another terrifying demon genius, blocking that person. You're courting death. The other demon genius was at the same level as Luo Shi. He stared at Ling Yue and attacked her. However, Ling Yue quickly retreated, not allowing her opponent to get close. She continued to draw her bow and shoot. Ling Yue was a long-range attacker. Only by distancing herself would she be able to unleash her strongest power. Furthermore, her speed was very fast. That demon wouldn't be able to catch up to her in a short period of time. Just like that, this powerful demon was restrained by Ling Yue for a short period of time. This way, the pressure on the Heavenly Palace's side was slightly reduced, allowing more people to rush towards the east. In the east, there was a canyon. Dong Yuanqing had already set up a formation there. It could be considered a formation within a formation, used to escape and move. Even so, the battle was still incomparably tragic. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, people were constantly falling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already endured dozens of attacks from Luo Shi. His injuries were very serious. His entire body was tattered, his bones were broken, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. It was a tragic sight. In the sky, the most important battle was the battle between Dong Yuanqing and the other two and Eugene. At this moment, the four of them had also exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Dong Yuanqing and the other two were no longer a match for them and were retreating step by step. Chapter 4089. Dong Yuanqing and the other two had exchanged dozens of blows with Eugene. This was already their limit, and they were only able to achieve this result by relying on their joint attack technique. Otherwise, they would have been crushed like rotten wood. Even so, they were still forced to retreat. Fortunately, almost all of the remaining people from the Heavenly Palace had rushed into the valley. Let's retreat too. Dong Yuanqing sent a sound transmission to Bunan and the others. Boom! They condensed another turtle shell and blocked Eugene's saber strike. The turtle shell shattered and the violent saber chi rushed towards them. Their bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. However, with the help of this force, they retreated rapidly and rushed towards the eastern valley. You want to leave? Leave all of them behind. Eugene shouted coldly as the saber light slashed out once again. Mu Yun, retreat. At the side, Ling Yue shouted and shot an arrow. This arrow was shot towards the Luo corpse. As for Lu Ming, while the Luo corpse was blocking Ling Yue's arrow, he explosively retreated and also rushed towards the eastern valley. In fact, he was very close to the eastern valley. During the battle with the Luo corpse, Lu Ming had intentionally or unintentionally approached the eastern valley. The reason he fought with the Luo corpse was to stimulate his potential so that he could break through. He wasn't courting death, so he would naturally leave a way out for himself. As for Ling Yue, she had been swimming the entire time, and was even closer to the eastern valley. Therefore, Lu Ming and Ling Yue moved and rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, the environment of the world suddenly changed, completely changing its appearance. This was an illusion array. Even if the demons followed them in, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of them. Following that, the jade talisman on their bodies lit up, and Lu Ming felt a wave of energy envelop his entire body. Lu Ming did not resist and allowed the force to pull him. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Then, Lu Ming found himself underground. Array within array. There was an escape array within the illusion array that allowed them to enter the ground. Underground, there was a passage that led to the front. Ling Yue was right beside him. In addition, there were other people from the Heavenly Palace. "Go, let's go!" Someone from the Heavenly Palace shouted. Then, they followed the passage and rushed forward. At the end of the passage, another matrix appeared. They stepped into the formation and left in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared on the ground, but they were already far away from the area they were in. There was more than one hiding place in the Heavenly Palace. Previously, Dong Yuanqing had set up formations in different places in the area as hiding spots. They had just moved to another hiding place. People kept appearing beside them. However, Dong Yuanqing and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Dong Yuanqing and the other two were the strongest among them, so they could not fight. If they did, the Heavenly Palace would be finished in this battle. Fortunately, not long after, there was a flash of space, and 3 figures appeared. These 3 people were none other than Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the Devil Race's prodigy. The 3 of them were pale and their auras were weak. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they were injured. However, they survived in the end. "Brother Dong Yuanqing, have you gotten rid of those devils? I wonder if the devils will chase after us?" Someone asked worriedly, afraid that the devils would follow the path they took. "Don't worry, the matrix behind us will automatically be destroyed. They won't be able to catch up to us. They won't be able to find us in a short period of time. Our injured friends can have a good rest," Dong Yuanqing said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they looked around, their hearts became even heavier. Only about 300 people could make it here. Previously, there were 500 people. In other words, another 200 people from the Heavenly Palace had been killed by the devils in the battle just now. The Heavenly Palace's strength was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for them. "Everyone, let's have a good rest first," Dong Yuanqing said. After saying that, he found a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed a few divine pills, and began to heal his injuries. The others also found a place to sit down and meditate. In this battle, everyone had more or less suffered different degrees of injuries and needed to rest. Lu Ming also found a place and sat down cross-legged. He activated the forbidden power, and his injuries quickly recovered. In the battle just now, Lu Ming's injuries were very serious. They were not any weaker than the previous battle with Luo Shi. Of course, the potential that was stimulated was also very shocking. In their previous hiding place. Rumble. The ground kept shaking. A large number of devils stood in the void and raised the valley in the east to the ground. Damn it. That kid got away again. The next time I catch him, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Luo Shi roared. The other devils were also unhappy. Eugene stood in the void, his eyes as cold as a knife. This temporary planet is only so big. Let's see where they can run to. Pass down the order. Search thoroughly. We must find the people from the Heavenly Palace. Eugene ordered. On this temporary planet, Eugene was the strongest prodigy with the strongest combat strength. The other devils naturally obeyed Eugene's orders. Thousands of devils divided into groups and searched for the people from the heavenly palace on a large scale. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the new hiding place, after 2 days, most of the people's injuries were more or less healed. Lu Ming's injuries were also healed. Not only had he recovered to his peak condition, but his cultivation level had also increased. He had broken through to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer. I didn't break through. What a pity. Lu Ming was annoyed. He had wanted to take this opportunity to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Originally, he had a chance, but unfortunately, his cells didn't have enough potential. After breaking through to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer, it would be difficult for him to break through again. Lu Ming could only sigh speechlessly. He then took out the spirit wood heart and began to absorb it to store his potential again. Time passed. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 5 days, the devils didn't find them, which gave them a chance to rest. After those 5 days, almost everyone's injuries had healed. As for Lu Ming, he had also restored the potential in his cells to 100%. The price was that he had consumed 9,000 spiritual wood hearts. He had obtained 50,000 spiritual wood hearts from the fairy clan. There wasn't much left. Only half of them were left. My potential is full. Unfortunately, I still need one more step to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. One more step. Lu Ming was lost in thought. Then, he looked in a certain direction. He was looking in the direction of Bunan, the genius of the angel clan. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. Chapter 4090. Lu Ming was just a hair away from breaking through to the 5th godly emperor layer. It was just a hair's breadth away. If he cultivated step by step, it would take a long time. But if there was enough pressure, he could stimulate his potential and break through very quickly. There were no evil demons here, so he could only fight against the people of the heavenly palace. But there were only 3 people from the heavenly palace who could give him enough pressure. One was Dong Yuanqing, one was a peerless cultivator from the demon clan, and the third was Bunan. But Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan had no enmity with him. Even if he wanted to fight against them, they wouldn't want to kill him, so he wouldn't be able to stimulate his potential. Bunan was more suitable for him. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Bunan. He wanted to use his strength to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. But when he glanced at Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan, he had to give up on that idea. If he really fought against Bunan, it would cause a huge commotion. It would probably attract the evil demons. Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan wouldn't let them fight. They would try to stop them. Lu Ming thought about it for a moment and decided to focus on cultivation. Bzzz. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Everybody was startled. They stopped cultivating and released their divine qi. They were on guard. They thought the evil demons had arrived. But they didn't see the evil demons. They saw a beam of light. In the distance, a beam of light shot up to the sky. It passed through the deployment spell they had set up. That beam of light was black and white. It was as if a white divine dragon and a black divine dragon were entangled together, spiraling upwards. That's the place where the maps of the Good Fortune lands are hidden. The maps of the Good Fortune lands are about to appear. Someone exclaimed. On this temporary planet, the master-level existences of the Celestial Palace and the demons had each set up a land of good fortune. But they were hidden very well. Without a map, they wouldn't be able to find them. The maps of the 2 lands of good fortune were hidden in the same place. Only when the battle between the 2 sides reached a certain point and a certain number of people died would the maps appear. The black and white beam of light meant that the maps of the 2 good fortune lands were about to appear. Furthermore, it wasn't particularly far from them. Looking at the distance, it should be on the half of the planet that was close to them. Were they going to snatch the map? Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. The black and white pillars of light were so obvious. If they saw it, the demons must have seen it too. The demons would definitely go there. If they left here to seize the map, they would definitely encounter the demons. How could they be a match for the demons? If he went, wouldn't he be courting death? However, they were now at a complete disadvantage and were completely passive. They were being chased by the demons all day long. The land of fortune could be said to be their last chance. The purpose of a land of good fortune was to give the side that was behind a chance to make a comeback, filling the battle with suspense. If they did not fight for it and instead let the demons take the map and obtain the creation of the land of creation, then the strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. Then, the heavenly palace would have no chance at all. What awaited them was only defeat and death. Do you want to give it a shot? I think we should give it a shot. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose. The outcome is already decided. If we hide here, we'll be found sooner or later. We're just waiting for death. That's right. I think we should give it a shot too. I'd rather die in battle than wait for death here. That's right. Many people's fighting spirit was aroused and they decided to give it a shot. In the end, everyone looked at Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the monster from the demon race. The three of them were the strongest among the group. If the three of them were unwilling to go, then their chances would be slim even if they went. I think we have to give it a shot, but we can't be impulsive. What if the demons are waiting for us to take the bait? I think we should send someone out to investigate the situation before making a decision. What do you think? Dong Yuanqing said and then looked at Bunan and the monster from the demon race. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Bunan and the monster from the demon race nodded. Very well. Send someone out to investigate the demon situation now. Dong Yuanqing nodded and immediately began to select people to go out and investigate the situation. Although those who were selected were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave this place to investigate the situation. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, someone returned. They said that there were no traces of the demons in the surrounding area. The demons should have all gone in the direction of the black and white light pillar to snatch the map. After hearing this news, everyone began to discuss again whether they should go and snatch the map. Now that things had come to this, everyone hesitated again. After all, their strength was too far away from the demons. If they went to fight with the demons for the map, it was very likely that they would be annihilated by the demons before they could obtain the map. It was a matter of life and death. Everyone began to hesitate again. Swoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air and exuded a powerful aura. Boom! Lu Ming blasted out a punch. A fist force penetrated the void and blasted toward Bunan. It happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. They did not know why Lu Ming would suddenly attack Bunan. Bunan was also a little stunned. However, he was a peerless monster after all. His reaction was very fast. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A pure white sword light shot out from his mouth and slashed at Lu Ming's fist force. Boom! With a violent roar, Lu Ming's fist force was dispersed by the sword light. Kid, you're courting death. Bunan roared. A terrifying aura burst out. 12 wings stretched out and a terrifying holy light shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky. Do you only know how to talk? Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Ming did not stop. He raised his combat strength to the extreme. His body was covered in dazzling light. Both of his fists blasted out continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted toward Bunan. You're courting death. Bunan roared. He clenched his fist and a cross-shaped holy sword appeared. With a flap of his angelic wings, he turned into a holy light and rushed toward Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed fiercely. All of this happened too suddenly. Many people just woke up from their daze. What's wrong with Mu Yun? Why is he suddenly fighting with Bunan? I don't know. He suddenly attacked. He must be crazy. You're courting death. This time, Bunan will definitely not let him go. Could it be that he doesn't want to die in the hands of the devil and wants to die in the hands of Bunan? However, if he dies in the hands of the devil, he will become his food. That's too miserable. Many people were discussing among themselves. They could not figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. Dong Yuanqing and the monster from the devil race were also stunned. The battle broke out too suddenly. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Chapter 4091. Dong Yuanqing and the demon cultivator wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Besides, they didn't have any intention of stopping him. That was because the demons were heading towards the black and white pillars of light to obtain the map. No matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't attract the demons. In their opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself. He was obviously weaker than Bunan, but he still took the initiative to attack him. He was courting death. However, Lu Ming was also a strong fighter. They planned to save Lu Ming when Lu Ming was half dead. Ling Yue was in a daze at first. Lu Ming's sudden attack on Bunan was too sudden. However, after spending some time with him, he had a better understanding of Lu Ming. She knew that Lu Ming wouldn't attack Bunan for no reason. There had to be a reason. Therefore, she secretly circulated her godly strength. As long as anyone tried to stop Lu Ming, she would stop them. At the same time, when Lu Ming was in danger, she could save Lu Ming. Boom boom, Lu Ming and Bunan's battle was very intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Bunan was really strong. He wasn't any weaker than Luo Shi. As soon as they started fighting, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, during this time, his cultivation level had risen to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer. His strength had increased a little. He was in a better situation than when he had fought Luo Shi. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He felt like every muscle in his body was shaking violently. He felt like he was being torn apart. Not enough, again, shouted Lu Ming. He took the initiative to attack Bunan. Before he arrived, he had already used the Great Demon Sword technique. A dozen demon swords whistled through the air and shot towards Bunan. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique to the extreme. He continuously punched out. Streams of fist force smashed toward Bunan like meteors. Angelic sword. Bunan roared, and the holy light on his body became even more intense. More than a dozen pure white feathers flew out and transformed into 12 pure white divine swords. They pierced through the air as if they were going to split the sky in half. The 12 angelic divine swords were the first to clash with the dozen or so demonic swords, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The dozen or so demonic swords collapsed immediately. They only managed to resist for a single breath. Then, the angelic godly sword collided with Lu Ming's fist energy. The terrifying qi was like waves of water, rushing in all directions. It was very shocking. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from it, afraid that they would be swept up. The rocks on the ground exploded and the void was torn apart. The entire world was shaking violently. The formation covering this area was also constantly vibrating, and a strong force seeped out of the formation. If there were demons around, they would definitely be attracted by the commotion. This was also the reason why Lu Ming didn't make a move earlier. After a series of booming sounds, Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, Lu Ming was injured. A sword light had pierced through his chest, and a hideous wound had appeared. I can feel it, whispered Lu Ming. He could sense that his cells were trembling. His potential was unceasingly being stimulated. His injuries were quickly healing. At the same time, that potential was transforming into his cultivation. He could sense that the bottleneck of the 5th godly emperor layer was about to loosen. He could already see the 5th godly emperor layer waving at him. Just one more step. Lu Ming had the impression that he was one step away from breaking through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Bunan, is that all you've got? That's the 12-winged angel of the angel clan? You're not as good as the rumors, shouted Lu Ming. You want to die? I will cut you into 10,000 pieces. shouted Bunan furiously. His eyes were filled with murder. He was a 12-winged angel of the angel race. Moreover, his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. However, he could not do anything to Lu Ming even after exchanging many blows. To him, this was a great humiliation. He had already decided that no matter what, he had to kill Lu Ming. No matter who tried to stop him, it was useless. Angel King. Bunan let out a long howl as holy light shot into the sky. In the next moment, a huge figure emerged from his body. It was the silhouette of an angel, but it was gigantic. It had 12 angel wings, but those wings weren't white, they were golden. At the same time, it had a crown on its head. It was the silhouette of the Angel King. Boom! As soon as the silhouette of the Angel King appeared, a terrifying chi exploded like a volcano. The silhouette of the Angel King was holding an angel godly sword, and it moved towards Lu Ming. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth exploded, and the void collapsed under the angel godly sword. Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. All the muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. Mu Yun. Ling Yuwei cried out in alarm, revealing a worried expression. This was because Bunan's move was too terrifying. Even though she was a distance away, she could still feel the astonishing power. A battle bow appeared in her hand, ready to save him at any time. Don't do it, let me do it myself. Lu Ming's voice came into Ling Yuwei's ears. Her movements immediately stopped. Come on, come on. Just use this move to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes revealed an excited light. Before this move even arrived, Lu Ming already felt an extremely strong pressure. Under the strong pressure, the potential in Lu Ming's cells was constantly being stimulated. My strongest move. Lu Ming roared, and all of his strength erupted in an instant. His entire body turned into a ball of dazzling light as he soared into the sky, charging towards the sword slashed out by the Angel King silhouette. Boom! In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided heavily. This time, it was as if 2 planets had collided. The terrifying strength chi swept out, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed into chaos and darkness. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The surrounding people were already far enough away, but now, they realized that they were not far enough. The terrifying strength chi quickly swept towards them, and everyone retreated once again. Look, Mu Yun can't take it anymore. Someone shouted. Everyone saw that the ball of light that Lu Ming had transformed into was violently shaking, and then with a shwa sound, it smashed towards the ground. Like a meteor, it heavily smashed into the ground. The ground shook continuously, and gravel flew everywhere. The gravel carried a wave of air that swept in all directions. How is it? Everyone stared in that direction. Soon, the gravel scattered, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. It was dark and unfathomable. Under this move of mine, Mu Yun can only die. Bu Nan said coldly. He stood in the air, and the huge shadow of the Angel King still appeared behind him. Chapter 4092. Mu Yun is dead? The crowd was stupefied when they heard Bunan. Such a strong cultivator had been killed by Bunan just like that? That Mu Yun really wanted to die. He wasn't as strong as Bunan, but he took the initiative to fight against him. He deserved to die. Indeed, he deserved it. That's what happens when you overestimate yourself. Some people were talking loudly. They were obviously trying to curry favor with Bunan. Mu Yun. Ling Yuwei tightly gripped the bow in her hand as she stared at the huge pit. Even though she knew that Lu Ming had a goal, she still couldn't help but worry when she saw that. In the sky, Dong Yuanqing and the demon cultivator shook their heads. They felt it was a pity. But they didn't know why, but deep in their hearts, they sighed with relief. Lu Ming was too strong. He only had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, but he was already so strong. It was unimaginable. They felt a lot of pressure from him. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only 2 layers lower than theirs. If Lu Ming's cultivation level caught up with theirs, he would surpass them sooner or later. If they could survive this ordeal, Lu Ming would become their strongest competitor in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming had died at Bunan's hands. They would have one less enemy. Anyway, even though Mu Yun's fighting strength is not bad, he won't be able to help us in the battle against the evil demons. If the Heavenly Palace wants to win, they still need the good fortune of the land of creation. The demon genius thought to himself. However, at the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the huge pit that Lu Ming had created. Because at that moment, a powerful qi had suddenly emerged from the crater. As soon as that qi appeared, it started rising rapidly. Very quickly, it reached the top of the fourth godly emperor layer. Then, boom! An even more terrifying qi emerged. It broke through the limit of the fourth godly emperor layer and reached the fifth godly emperor layer. He had broken through. At this moment, these three words automatically popped up in everyone's minds. Lu Ming had actually broken through. Just now, everyone still thought that Lu Ming was killed by Bunan's ultimate move and had already thoroughly perished. They did not expect that not only did Lu Ming not perish, he broke through instead. What was going on? He was severely injured, but not only was he fine, he even managed to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. What kind of monster was this? Many people felt as if their brains had been blown away. Brennan's eyes were red. They were blood red. That was the result of his anger. The murderous intent on his body became even more intense, and his face was completely distorted. Could it be that not only did his strongest move fail to kill Lu Ming, it had instead become Lu Ming's assistance and helped him break through? Unbearable. Unbearable. Brennan felt that he was about to be ignited by anger and jealousy. You want to break through? Impossible. Die. Die. You bastard. Die. Bunan roared crazily like a mad beast. Swish. He attacked with all his might, his palm slashing towards the huge pit. Immediately, the angel sword in the hand of the phantom of the Angel King also slashed down towards the huge pit. This sword strike was made by Bunan in a fit of rage, and its power was extremely powerful. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely before Lu Ming had completely broken through. At this moment, he no longer cared about the great battle with the demons. At this moment, there was only one goal in his heart, and that was to kill Lu Ming. If he didn't kill Lu Ming, this matter would become his inner demon, forever following him and obstructing his future cultivation. Bunan, stop! Ling Yue roared and shot out an arrow with all her might. An arrow pierced through the air at an astonishing speed and hit the angel sword of the phantom of the Angel King. With a boom, Ling Yue's arrow exploded. However, the phantom of the Angel King's divine sword continued to slash down. There was still a huge gap between Ling Yue's battle strength and Bunan's. Although she had offset the power of the divine sword, she couldn't completely block the attack of the divine sword. The gigantic angelic divine sword continued to slash at the huge pit where Lu Ming was. With a loud bang, it slashed at the huge pit. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and the crack spread rapidly into the distance. But at that moment, a dazzling fist energy soared into the sky from the huge pit and hit the angel sword. With an earth-shattering explosion, the fist energy and the angel sword both dissipated. A moment later, a figure rose from the huge pit and stood in the air. His entire body was enveloped by a dazzling multicolored light. He looked extraordinary. The person in the multicolored light was naturally Lu Ming. In the battle with Bunan, Lu Ming had finally stimulated his potential and broken through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. His cultivation had reached the fifth layer of the godly emperor layer, and his battle strength had greatly increased. I didn't have enough fun just now. Now, I'll fight with you again. Lu Ming stepped out. With every step he took, there was a roaring sound in the void. After a few steps, he was already close to Bunan. Boom! A fist blasted towards Bunan. The violent fist energy pierced through the void and crushed towards Bunan. Its power was extremely strong. The might of this punch made Bunan's entire body tense up, giving him a strong sense of crisis. Slash! Shouted Bunan. The phantom of the Angel King's divine sword slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion spread in the air. This time, Lu Ming didn't move at all. However, the angel's sword was shaking violently. It seemed like its light had dimmed. Bunan's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. How is that possible? Shouted Bunan in disbelief. That's all you've got. I'll suppress you. Shouted Lu Ming as he punched with both fists. His fists contained the power of various secret arts, including the power of the Great God Wind Art and the Great Shattering Art. Bunan roared. He controlled the phantom of the Angel King to fight against Lu Ming with all his strength. Boom! 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 Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. In an instant, there were 10 rumbling sounds. Finally, there was a loud bang. The angel's sword in the phantom of the Angel King exploded. Lu Ming rushed over and attacked with all his might. He pierced through the head of the Angel King. Then, the phantom of the Angel King exploded. When the phantom of the Angel King exploded, Bunan suffered a backlash. He screamed and coughed up blood. His body was sent flying. Swish! Lu Ming followed up and punched Bunan's face. Bunan screamed in pain. His body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit that was bigger than the one Lu Ming had created. Bunan was lying in the huge pit, vomiting blood. His body was twitching, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Ming stepped out and was about to fall into the huge pit. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Mu Yun, stop! How dare you! The other angels shouted. However, when they saw Lu Ming's cold gaze, they trembled in fear. They didn't dare to step forward. Chapter 4093. Mu Yun, please be merciful. At this time, Dong Yuanqing shouted. That's right, we still have to fight with the demons in the future. Bunan is an important battle force, please spare his life. The demon genius from the demon clan also tried to persuade him. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Today's scene was truly out of their expectations. Now they finally understood why Lu Ming suddenly attacked Bunan. It was probably because Lu Ming himself felt that he was about to break through, so he attacked Lu Ming's opponent and used Bunan's pressure to help him break through. Many peerless monsters had such an experience. For example, they had done such a thing before. However, that was when their cultivation was still relatively low. Ever since they stepped into the Divine Lord realm, it was very difficult. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. Not to mention the Divine Emperor realm. And Lu Ming, at the Divine Emperor realm, was actually able to borrow the pressure of the other party to break through. It was truly shocking. Once he broke through, he completely reversed the situation and suppressed Bunan, revealing a terrifying battle strength. This kind of battle strength had already surpassed theirs. Therefore, they had no choice but to be cautious with their tone towards Lu Ming. It's fine if you want me to let him go. Beg for mercy and apologize. Lu Ming looked coldly at Bunan below. The first time he met Bunan, the other party wanted to make a move on him and even wanted him to kneel down and apologize to Gabbert. He wanted to use the Dream Jade to record it. If not for Lu Ming's strength being strong enough and Ling Yue's help, and Bunan himself being worried that the battle would attract demons, things would not have ended so easily. Lu Ming was not such an easy person to talk to. If there was a chance, he would naturally take revenge. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Bunan roared, his face incomparably ferocious. Who was he? He was a peerless genius of the Angel Clan, a 12-winged angel, a candidate for the Universe Genius List. In the Angel Clan, his talent was not inferior to Gabbert's. If it weren't for the fact that he was younger than Gabbert and had a huge gap in cultivation, his status wouldn't be any lower than Gabbert's. With his status, being defeated by Lu Ming was already a great humiliation. Now, he had to apologize to Lu Ming. How was that possible? What did he do wrong? Impossible? Alright, since you have the guts and aren't afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming coldly spoke. He clenched his fist in the air as a devil's sword materialized. His killing intent was as cold as ice. How dare you, Mu Yun? I am a 12-winged angel of the angel race. I am the pillar of the angel race. If you dare to kill me, you are courting death. The angel race will never let you off. Bu Nan roared. He was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. The other angels were still fine, but 12-winged angels were not to be underestimated. They were extremely rare, and every single one of them would be extraordinary when they grew up. A 12-winged angel had the chance to break through to the Almighty Realm. Once they broke through to the Almighty Realm, they would be the top experts in the universe. They were extremely important to a large race. Many of the powerful races on the primitive 10,000 races list didn't have any Almighty Realm existences. Once a race produced a Almighty Realm existence, the race's status in the primitive universe would skyrocket. The weight of their words in the heavenly palace would also increase. Being able to obtain a huge amount of resources for the race was crucial to the development of the race. This showed the importance of an Almighty Realm expert. At the same time, it also showed the importance of someone who had the chance to break through to the Almighty Realm. The angel race would definitely seek revenge if such an important person was killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, Bu Nan had nothing to fear. In fact, many people present also thought so. They thought that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to kill Bu Nan. We'll talk about the future later. If you don't apologize now, I'll feel uncomfortable. This is more important. Lu Ming's face revealed a sinister expression. He smiled sinisterly and pounced on Bu Nan like a bolt of lightning. The devil's sword in his hand whistled as it slashed out. Splat! Blood splattered 30 feet away. When Lu Ming charged out of the crater again, he had a head in his hand. It was Bu Nan's head. No. No, no, this time, Bu Nan really screamed in terror. Bu Nan wasn't dead yet. A person like him wouldn't die after his head was cut off. He was only heavily injured. No? Didn't you say that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lu Ming's voice grew colder. He held Bu Nan's head in his hand. If he exerted a little force, Bu Nan's head would explode. The soul residing inside would also be annihilated instantly. Bu Nan was almost scared to death. From Lu Ming's voice and Lu Ming's expression, he could feel that Lu Ming really dared to kill him. This was a crazy person. He was capable of doing anything. He had a feeling that if he continued to be stubborn, Lu Ming wouldn't hesitate to shatter his head. Around them, the others also looked at each other. They saw the horror in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold. He even dared to kill a 12-winged angel of the angel race. Many people's fear of Lu Ming deepened. Okay, I apologize. I admit my mistake. Bu Nan roared. In the end, he chose to submit. What did you do wrong? Lu Ming said lightly. I shouldn't have interfered in the matter between you and Gabbert. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. If I meet you in the future, I'll take the initiative to avoid you. Bu Nan roared. In order to survive, he was ready to risk everything. Humph, I'll spare your life this time. Lu Ming snorted. With a wave of his hand, Bu Nan's head flew out. It flew to his body and connected with his neck. It quickly stuck together. Huff. Huff, Bu Nan gasped for breath. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. The reason why Lu Ming didn't kill Bu Nan wasn't because he didn't dare. He was indeed a little afraid of the angel race, but not to the extent that he didn't dare. The main reason was that the battle with the demons wasn't over yet. He still needed Bu Nan. Bu Nan, Dong Yuanqing, and Dong Yuanqing had practiced their joint attack for many days. It was a great help at a critical moment. Because even though Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 5th godly emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Eugene alone. He needed the help of others. Taking this into account, Lu Ming spared Bunan's life. Everyone, the demons have already set off for a long time. There's no time to lose. We should set off now. If we're late, the demons will take away both maps. Then, we won't be able to reverse the situation. Lu Ming said. His voice spread throughout the entire area. That's right. It's time to set off. Now that Brother Mu's cultivation has broken through and his fighting strength has increased greatly, it's the luck of the Heavenly Palace. Dong Yuanqing said. When they heard Dong Yuanqing, many people's faces were filled with joy. Indeed, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased greatly. He could even defeat Bunan. It could be said that he was the strongest cultivator in the Heavenly Palace. It was a good thing for everyone. Chapter 4094. Soon, everyone made a final decision. They would set off immediately to fight for the map with the demons in front of the black and white light pillars. At the very least, they had to get the map of the Heavenly Palace. Only then would they have a chance of winning. After making up their minds, they did not hesitate and set off immediately. They left the area and rushed toward the black and white light pillars. Bunan was also recovering from his injuries with the help of the other two prodigies of the angel race. Although his injuries were quite serious, Lu Ming knew how to control his strength. They were all superficial wounds and did not hurt his core. Therefore, he recovered quickly. It would not be long before he recovered to his peak. They were very fast. The black and white light pillars were getting clearer and clearer. The sky was covered by the black and white light. Even on the other side of the planet, they would be able to see it. It was conceivable that it would not be long before all the prodigies and demons of the Heavenly Palace who were participating in the battle arrived here. They were not far away from the black and white light pillars. Soon, they were close. Along the way, they did not encounter a single demon. That is, suddenly, everyone was shocked. They could not help but widen their eyes and look ahead. In front of them, there was a huge mountain that stood between heaven and earth. The mountain was extremely majestic. It pierced through the clouds and occupied a very large area. At the top of the mountain, two black and white light pillars were entangled and shot into the sky. What surprised them was that this mountain did not exist before. Otherwise, it would have been found long ago. This mountain must have been hidden before. It would only appear when the two sides were almost done killing each other. Kill. Rumble. Violent roars and battle cries could be heard from the mountain peak. They looked from afar and saw a large number of demons rushing toward the top of the mountain. However, they were blocked. On the mountain peak, there were many monsters condensed from rocks. They were constantly attacking the demons. The battle above was very fierce. Seeing this, everyone in the Heavenly Palace heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the demons had not gotten the map yet. It seemed that it would not be easy to get the map. This mountain peak was blocked by monsters condensed from rocks. If they wanted to rush to the top of the mountain and get the map, they would have to defeat these rock monsters. What should we do? Someone asked. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already the strongest in the Heavenly Palace. Unknowingly, his position in the hearts of the people had risen a lot. If they had any opinions, the first thing they thought of was Lu Ming. They wanted to know Lu Ming's opinion. We're not in a hurry now. It won't be that easy for the demons to rush to the top of the mountain. Now, the people from the other half of this temporary planet are probably also rushing here. Let's hide and wait here. When the other people from the Heavenly Palace arrive, we'll stop them and meet up with them. When the last demon is about to reach the top of the mountain, we'll attack and take the map in one fell swoop. Lu Ming voiced his thoughts. Good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current situation, this was the best solution. They could meet up with the others from the Heavenly Palace to increase their strength. And when the demons rushed to the top of the mountain and fought with the rock monsters, their strength would be weakened. Although as time passed, other demons would come and meet up with Eugene and the others, which would increase the demon's strength. Overall, for the Heavenly Palace, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. "I'll set up a concealment formation," Dong Yuanqing said. Then, he began to move. His figure flickered on the ground. With every move he made, densely packed runes would spread out and enter the ground, disappearing without a trace. Of course, Dong Yuanqing couldn't emit runes from every pore on his body like Dandan. But his attainment in rune formations was amazing. Among the younger generation, Lu Ming was second only to Dandan in terms of rune formations. Not long after, an illusory formation was successfully set up. As long as they were in the illusory formation, the demons wouldn't be able to find them. Then, they sent people out to ambush nearby. As long as they saw the people from the Heavenly Palace coming, they would stop them and bring them here. After everything was set up, they waited quietly. Lu Ming and the others continued to look at the mountain from afar. The demons and the rock monsters on the mountain were still fighting fiercely. It was obvious that Eugene was at the forefront of the demons. The demonic blade in his hand was extremely powerful. Following closely behind Eugene were a few demons who weren't weaker than Dong Yuanqing and Bunan. Luo Shi was among them. However, the rock monsters on the mountain were also very strong. They seemed to have been refined by a master. Their bodies were as hard as divine weapons. Even the strongest Eugene had to slash a rock monster several times to cut it open. So, it wouldn't be easy for the demons to reach the mountain and get the map. This made Lu Ming and the others feel more at ease. They had enough time to wait. Time passed quickly. After a while, Lu Ming and the others finally saw the first batch of reinforcements. A top demon from the Battle Saint tribe, who was also a 6th-level godly emperor, had arrived. He could fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. He was also a candidate for the Universe Prodigy list. There were more than 10 people with him. They came from the other side of the planet. When this person came, he immediately greeted Battle God Yuanwen. Although this person was talented, he was still lacking compared to Battle God Yuanwen. His status in the Battle Saint tribe wasn't as high as Battle God Yuanwen's. "How's the situation in your area?" Battle God Yuanwen asked. The other party explained. Previously, Eugene had led a group of demons and wiped out half of the planet. There was still half of the planet left. The demons on that half of the planet and the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace were in a chaotic battle. There weren't any strong demons that broke the balance. Both sides had suffered losses and victories. It wasn't a one-sided battle. Then, they saw the black and white light pillars covering the sky. They knew that the map of the Land of Fortune had appeared, so they hurried over. Then, Battle God Yuanwen explained the situation here. The other party's expression was very serious. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be a strong demon like Eugene. Later, as time passed, more and more experts from the Heavenly Palace came to gather. 2 days later, there were already more than 800 people who came to gather. Among them, there were 3 more geniuses who weren't weaker than Bunan and Dong Yuanqing. These 3 were the 3 strongest people on the other half of the planet. Chapter 4095. The Heavenly Palace had 3 more top-notch geniuses and nearly 800 people. Their combat strength had increased tremendously. However, the evil demons had also gained many experts. Their numbers had doubled. Among them, there was no lack of evil demons at Luo Shi's level. With the addition of a large number of evil demons, their speed was even faster. After 2 days, they were about to reach the peak of the mountain. Obviously, the map of the land of creation was at the peak of the mountain. "We can set off now." Lu Ming was the first to speak. This caused some people to be dissatisfied. These people were naturally those who had joined later, especially the few top-notch geniuses. Who was Lu Ming to be the first to speak as if he was giving orders? This made them very unhappy. What right did Lu Ming have? However, to their surprise, Dong Yuanqing and the others did not seem to have any objections. They all nodded in unison. They were quite puzzled. Dong Yuanqing and the others seemed to be listening to Lu Ming's opinion. Was there a mistake? However, this was not the time to argue. They suppressed the doubts in their hearts and prepared to set off. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and took the lead to rush out. The others followed closely behind. They turned into streaks of rainbow light and flew toward the majestic mountain peak. With so many people moving together, the momentum was very shocking. They were immediately discovered by the evil demons. Clang! Clang! On the mountain peak, Eugene slashed a rock monster in half with 2 consecutive slashes. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. These people from the Heavenly Palace still dare to fight for the map. They are courting death. You guys take some people to stop the people from the Heavenly Palace. I will kill them after I get the map. Eugene said coldly. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything. These people from the Heavenly Palace are dead meat. Luo Shi smiled ferociously. His fierce eyes were already fixed on Lu Ming. This was the second time. Lu Ming had managed to escape twice. As someone whose combat strength was lower than his, this was the first time that he had escaped from his hands twice in a row. His desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Not more than 3 times. He swore that there would not be a third time. This time, he was going to twist Lu Ming's head off. About half of the evil demons turned and rushed down the mountain toward the people from the Heavenly Palace. Among them, there were 7 top-notch geniuses like Luo Shi. As for Eugene, he continued to kill the rock monsters and climbed up the mountain peak. Kill! Kill these scum from the Heavenly Palace. Calm. In the next moment, the 2 sides clashed. Lu Ming. On the other side, Luo Shi stared at Lu Ming all the time. At this moment, he stretched out his claws and crushed the heads of 2 Heavenly Palace geniuses, 1 in each hand. The other geniuses from the Heavenly Palace did not dare to get close to Luo Shi at all. They kept a distance from him. Die, brat! Luo Shi roared ferociously. A pair of huge evil demon wings flapped. With a terrifying gust of wind and a whistling sound, he rushed toward Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming also rushed toward Luo Shi and threw out a punch. Watch me break your arm. Luo Shi roared. His evil demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's arm. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with Luo Shi's evil demon claws. Crack! At the moment of collision, Luo Shi's evil demon claws shook violently. His fingers made the sound of bones breaking. His arms shook violently. Not only did Luo Shi's arms shake violently, but his body also shook violently and retreated violently. His ferocious face was full of astonishment and disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that Lu Ming's strength had suddenly become so strong. It had only been a few days. How could Lu Ming's combat strength suddenly soar and even surpass his? In a battle between masters, the slightest difference could make a difference of 1,000 miles. A slight difference could determine life and death. Luo Shi had never expected that Lu Ming's combat strength would be so strong that it surpassed his. Therefore, he was stunned for a moment. This moment was enough to determine his life and death. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His fists bombarded the void continuously, turning it into a hornet's nest. With Luo Shi's combat strength, if he resisted with all his strength, he might be able to resist for a while. But now that he was stunned, his result was doomed. Bang! Puff! Flesh and blood splattered. Luo Shi's burly body was directly penetrated by Lu Ming's fist force and was smashed into pieces. His head was also turned into minced meat under Lu Ming's fist force. A top genius of the evil demon was killed directly. The surrounding evil demons were stupefied. That scene was completely beyond their expectations. They hadn't thought that a strong evil demon who was second only to Eugene would be killed so easily. Boom! After killing Luo Shi, Lu Ming didn't stop. He used his full strength. His entire body was covered in dazzling lights. He looked like a planet as he dashed towards a group of evil demons. Bang! 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 Those evil demons couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Lu Ming dashed forward and those evil demons exploded like balloons. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming grabbed the drops of evil demon's spirit blood and put them away. Lu Ming dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of blood and flesh. At least dozens of demon prodigies died in his hands. Then, Lu Ming dashed to the front of another top demon prodigy. That evil demon was also a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. He could fight cultivators who were 4 cultivation levels higher than him. He wasn't any weaker than Luo Shi. Evil demon roar! Shouted that evil demon. A terrifying destructive strength emerged from his mouth and moved towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming struck with all his might. His fist penetrated the destructive force. His body dashed forward and the fist force blasted toward the person like a meteor. Die! Shouted that evil demon furiously. He used his full strength to resist. However, even if he used his full strength, he couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had reached the 5th level of the God Emperor realm, was already half a level higher than Luo Shi or the demon in front of him. It was like when Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th godly emperor layer and fought against Sa Dao. In terms of fighting strength, he was much stronger than Luo Shi. Even though the evil demon could resist for a while, he couldn't compete with Luo Shi. After a dozen attacks, the evil demon gave horrible shrieks and was blown away. His chest had been pierced by Lu Ming's punches. He was severely injured. Die! Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance to catch his breath at all. He stepped into the void and chased after him. More than 10 demon swords slashed toward his head and face. At the same time, the destructive fist force formed by the Great Divine Wind skill and the Great Shattering skill bombarded him. That evil demon shouted furiously and tried to fight back, but it was useless. The next moment, his body was torn into pieces and Lu Ming grabbed the evil demon's spirit blood. Yet another top demon genius was slain. Chapter 4096. Lu Ming killed 2 top-notch demons in a row. He did it in an instant. His speed was too fast. At that moment, Eugene finally came back to his senses. He pulled a long face. "You want to die?" shouted Eugene furiously. He gave up on attacking the top of the mountain and turned around to attack Lu Ming. However, there was still some distance between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued attacking other demons. This time, Lu Ming didn't attack the strongest demons because they could resist Lu Ming for a while. If they saw Lu Ming coming, they would try to escape. It would be very difficult to kill them before Eugene arrived. Therefore, Lu Ming charged toward the demons who had weaker combat abilities but were extremely talented. For example, Sa Dao was one of them. They had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer or lower, but they could fight cultivators 4 levels higher than them. Their cultivation level was a bit lower, but their potential wasn't any worse than Luo Shi's. Their blood was also very valuable. Even though there weren't many demons like that, there were still a few of them. Lu Ming threw himself at a demon with snow-white wings and threw a punch. When that demon saw Lu Ming coming, he was startled. He hastily retreated, but how could he be as fast as Lu Ming? The surging fist force surged towards the demon like raging waves, forming a crushing force. Facing that fist strength, it was like an ordinary person facing a tsunami. He couldn't escape. Either he would be swept away by the fist strength, or he would be destroyed by it. The devil chosen howled in rage. Flapping his devil wings, he brought forth a berserk energy that was bone-piercing cold, as though it wanted to freeze everything in its path. Actually, the space around him was frozen. He wanted to block Lu Ming's fist strength. Unfortunately, the difference between their fighting strength was too great. It was all in vain. Lin Feng's fist strength crushed everything, and the frozen space broke like a crystal. Then, the fist strength bombarded the demon's body. With a bang, the demon exploded. A drop of demon blood flew out and Lu Ming caught it in his hand. He had obtained another drop of demon blood. He could fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him. He was like a genius of the universe. Such people had unlimited potential. They had the opportunity to break through to the Demon King layer. They could exchange it for an incredible amount of merit points. Lu Ming had already obtained 5 drops of demon blood of that level. In the past, Samo Luo's demon blood was worth 60,000 merit points. That kind of demon blood, which could fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him, was worth at least twice as much. Die! Roared furiously. At this moment, his eyes were blood-red and filled with intense murderous intent. The demonic saber in his hands slashed violently toward Lu Ming. The scorching aura even burned the space. The saber gleam cut through the air and slashed at Lu Ming's head. Demon sword! Lu Ming shouted. He used the great demon sword technique. With a wave of his hand, a huge demon sword formed and pressed down on Eugene's blade. At the same time, Lu Ming's body exploded with dazzling light. Lu Ming had used all his strength and punched out. A demon's sword and a fist strength. One in front and one behind, they collided with Eugene's blade. The demon's sword bore the brunt of the impact. It clashed with Eugene's blade. The demon's sword shook violently. It lasted for 2 breaths of time before shattering. Then, the blade and the fist strength collided. An even more intense explosion rang out as the terrifying force shattered the void. Even existences at the level of Dong Yuanqing and Bunan turned grim in the face of such a shockwave. But in the end, Lu Ming's fist strength couldn't block Eugene's blade and was split apart. At the moment of collision, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. Although he was hit by the remaining blade light, Lu Ming wasn't injured. He just retreated far away with the help of the force. Sure enough, Eugene's battle strength is still higher than mine. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Eugene's combat power was extremely terrifying. Every inch of his muscles was filled with terrifying power, especially his demonic saber. Its power was even more terrifying. At the Divine Emperor realm, he could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than him. He was almost on par with Lu Ming. Eugene's battle strength was no weaker than the fighting god Yuanwen's. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Naturally, Lu Ming was no match for him. However, Lu Ming didn't intend to fight Eugene head-on. He retreated and changed direction. He rushed to the top of the mountain. You want to leave? Die! Eugene roared and chased after Lu Ming. He remembered that Lu Ming had fought with Luo Shi last time. At that time, he was no match for Luo Shi. But in just a few days, Lu Ming could easily kill Luo Shi and even contend with him. This kind of person was too terrifying. Today, he must get rid of Lu Ming. However, he couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Because this mountain was full of rock monsters. Although many of them had been killed by the devil, there were still many left, especially at the top of the mountain, where there were even more rock monsters. Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times and arrived at the mountainside. At this time, several rock monsters roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. These rock monsters were similar in structure to the rocks under his feet. But they had been condensed by the Lord's great divine ability. They became very solid and dense. At the same time, they were extremely hard, even harder than a divine weapon. Moreover, they had different appearances. Some looked like desolate beasts, some looked like humans, and some even looked like devils. Suddenly, 3 rock monsters charged towards Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming's 3 vital points. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique. His body was always shrouded by a layer of divine wind. He didn't fight these rock monsters head-on. His figure flashed and seemed to produce phantoms. With a few flashes, he perfectly dodged the attacks of the 3 rock monsters. He appeared behind the 3 rock monsters and continued to rush towards the top of the mountain. The higher he went, the more rock monsters there were. However, Lu Ming relied on the great godly wind's skill to evade the attacks of these rock monsters one by one. For those that he could not evade, Lu Ming waved his fist to block them. Very soon, He had left dozens of rock monsters behind him. He kept approaching the peak of the mountain. As for Eugene's movement technique, he wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. He relied on the devil's saber in his hand. "Get lost!" Eugene roared. He kept slashing with his devil's saber, flaying the rock monsters one by one. Swish! 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 One rock monster after another flew out like a rubber ball. Some even flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had to focus on dodging. As a result, his speed was slower. Eugene attacked crazily. With this move, the distance between him and Lu Ming was slowly closing. Chapter 4097. Eugene used his violent combat power to send the rock monsters flying as he chased after Lu Ming. The distance between them was closing. However, when Lu Ming saw that the distance between them was closing, he immediately changed his direction and moved horizontally, increasing the distance between them again. Eugene chased after Lu Ming several times but was unable to catch up with him. He was furious, but he was not an ordinary person after all, so he quickly calmed down. Then I'll let this kid live for a while longer. As long as I get the 2 maps and obtain the creation left behind by the Demon Lord, then the Heavenly Palace will definitely lose. Even if I'm the only one left, I can still kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Eugene's eyes. He stopped chasing after Lu Ming and continued to rush to the top of the mountain. To be honest, he did not care about the lives of the other demon prodigies. Even if they were all dead, he did not care. As long as he got the 2 maps, the people from the Heavenly Palace would not be able to obtain the creation. Once he obtained the creation, his combat power would be even more invincible. In that case, no matter what the Heavenly Palace did, they would not be able to stop him. He would hunt down the people from the Heavenly Palace all over the world. Sooner or later, he would kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace and obtain this victory. Therefore, the 2 maps were the key. He gave up on Lu Ming and rushed to the maps. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, he knew that the 2 maps were the key. If Eugene got the 2 maps, it would be useless even if he killed all the other demons. Therefore, Lu Ming also rushed to the top of the mountain from another direction. Eugene relied on his powerful strength to rush forward at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was faster. Coupled with his combat power, he was not slower than Eugene in terms of speed. The 2 of them approached the top of the mountain from 2 different directions. At the bottom of the mountain, the demons and the Heavenly Palace were fighting fiercely. The battle was getting more and more intense. Originally, the demons had the upper hand in terms of both quantity and quality. Not to mention other things, the Heavenly Palace had fewer top-level combatants. However, after Lu Ming killed 2 of their top-level combatants, the Heavenly Palace had the upper hand in terms of top-level combatants. They had 1 more person than the demons. In this way, although the Heavenly Palace had fewer people, they were not at a disadvantage after a round of fighting. Instead, they had a slight advantage. During the battle, the demons and Heavenly Palace's prodigies were attracted to Eugene and Lu Ming. That guy wants to compete with Eugene for the token. He's courting death. Eugene will definitely be able to get both maps. The Heavenly Palace is doomed. Many demons. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Palace were secretly praying that Lu Ming would be able to snatch the map. At the very least, they had to snatch the map from the Heavenly Palace. Only then would they have hope. While they were fighting, they were also paying attention to the 2 figures who were rushing to the top of the mountain because these 2 people would affect the whole battle. Eugene and Lu Ming kept rushing to the top of the mountain. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more rock monsters there were. They were rushing towards them in groups. Swoosh, swoosh, Lu Ming pushed the great godly wind to the extreme. His body was like a ghost, like a breeze, as if he was weightless. He kept flashing and dodging the rock monsters. However, there were too many rock monsters and they were not afraid of death. There were bound to be some who could not be dodged. Roar! A rock monster, like a demon, waved its stone fist and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a punch and collided with the rock monster's fist. With a bang, the rock monster's body was sent flying, knocking down several rock monsters behind it. "It's really hard," Lu Ming muttered to himself. With his current cultivation level, the power of his punch was astonishing. Even an ordinary cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer would be smashed to pieces. But the rock monster was only sent flying. A few cracks appeared on its fist, but it did not explode. But that was enough. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered, he jumped over the rock monsters and continued moving forward. Just like that, Lu Ming used his incredible fighting strength and agility to reach the top of the mountain. But because there were too many rock monsters, it was not easy to reach the top of the mountain in a short time. Otherwise, the evil demon army would have been able to reach the top of the mountain in 2 days. After 2 hours, Lu Ming finally reached the top of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming could already see the scenery at the top of the mountain clearly. There was nothing at the top of the mountain, there were only 2 round beads. The 2 round beads were the size of a fist. One was as black as ink, the other was as white as snow. The 2 round beads were next to each other and were emitting a resplendent light. The 2 intertwined beams of light, one black and one white, were emitted from the 2 beads. Those were the maps of the 2 places of good fortune. The black bead was the map of the evil demon army's place of good fortune. The white bead was the map of the heavenly palace's place of good fortune. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion, but then Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. This was because he saw Eugene. Eugene was actually faster than him by a bit. "Piss off!" shouted Eugene. His blade dashed to the sky and a few terrifying blade shadows appeared. The last few rock monsters were sent flying. One of them was even cut in half. Swish! Without the rock monsters blocking him, Eugene flew towards the 2 round beads. "Oh no!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. He attacked with all his strength. Boom! 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 He threw a dozen punches at 7 or 8 rock monsters, causing them to stagger back. Lu Ming sped up at full speed. In a flash, he dashed past 7 to 8 rock monsters. However, his speed was still slower than Eugene's. Eugene's figure was already close to the 2 round beads. His eyes were shining with greed. "Both maps are mine. Victory will be mine in the end," Eugene roared in his heart. He stretched out a claw and grabbed at the 2 round beads. Just as he was about to grab the 2 round beads, the 2 round beads vibrated slightly. The black and white beams of light that were emitted also converged. An invisible force burst out of the 2 round beads as if to resist Eugene's claws. For a moment, Eugene's claws were blocked. Eugene's expression changed and he roared, "Break!" He used all of his strength to grab the demon claw. Buzz! The 2 round beads vibrated violently. The force seemed to be scattered. Following that, the 2 round beads actually flew out in 2 different directions with a swoosh. "Damn it!" Eugene roared. He flapped his demon wings and rushed towards the black round beads. Chapter 4098. Eugene was the first to rush towards the black bead. Before he even reached it, he had already clawed at the air. A huge demonic claw was formed and sealed off a part of the void, enveloping the black bead within. This time, the black bead could not escape. It was caught in Eugene's hand. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes shone with excitement. He blasted away the last rock monster and rushed towards the white bead. The white bead was the map of the heavenly palace. Since Eugene had already obtained the black bead, he had to get the white bead. "You're courting death." Eugene's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned around and slashed at Lu Ming with his demonic saber. "I can't avoid it." Lu Ming had a resolute look on his face. He could avoid this saber radiance, but he could not. If he did, he would lose the initiative and the white bead would definitely be taken away by Eugene. "Block it." Lu Ming let out a low growl. Every cell in his body was trembling. He unleashed all his strength in an instant. Boom! A fist energy pierced through the void and met Eugene's saber radiance. The two collided for the second time. This time, Eugene hurriedly slashed with his saber and did not use his full strength. The two attacks collided in the void and were annihilated. However, Eugene's saber radiance was still stronger. A wisp of residual saber energy slashed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was pushed back several steps. A wound appeared on his body, almost splitting Lu Ming's body apart. However, Lu Ming was able to withstand it. Ignoring his injury, Lu Ming continued to rush towards the white bead. Don't even think about it. Eugene roared and rushed towards the white bead with all his strength. He was very fast. Great binding technique. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly and used one of the 3,000 ancient mystic skills, the Great Binding Skill. An invisible force wrapped around Eugene like a python. The needle-like force pierced into Eugene's body, trying to lock him up. Eugene's body stiffened for a moment. That moment of rigidity was enough. Lu Ming grabbed it with all his might. One of his palms expanded rapidly, enveloping the white round bead and grabbing it. You're courting death. Eugene roared angrily. His whole body was like an erupting volcano. Demonic chi rushed out of every pore on his body. The power of the great binding technique was quickly disintegrating. Sure enough, it can only trap him for a moment. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He had wanted to kill Eugene, but it was obviously impossible. Although the other party was bound for an instant, every inch of the other party's body was filled with powerful energy. Even if he did not take the white bead and directly attack the other party, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He turned around and ran down the mountain. Boom! Eugene finally broke free from the shackles of the great binding skill and charged toward Lu Ming. The two rushed down the mountain, one in front and one behind. I've got the map. Retreat. Lu Ming let out a long howl and his voice spread far and wide. The people from the heavenly palace were overjoyed. They did not have much hope. After all, Lu Ming was not as strong as Eugene. It would be difficult to get the map in front of Eugene. They did not expect Lu Ming to get the map. Let's go. Retreat. Some of the top fighters from the heavenly palace shouted. Then, they all retreated. The demons naturally did not want to let the people from the heavenly palace go. However, the heavenly palace had the upper hand in terms of the number of top fighters. Therefore, they retreated smoothly. All the geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered together and blocked the demons' attack with a wave of attacks. Then, they flew back. Lu Ming and Eugene, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a strong pressure on the mountain, so they could not fly. However, there was no pressure at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh! Lu Ming rose into the sky and rushed in the direction where the geniuses from the heavenly palace had retreated. Stop him! Eugene shouted. He ordered the demons to stop Lu Ming. Stop that kid! Stop him! The other demons shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly changed his direction and rushed to the right. There were fewer demons there. Stay! There was another top demon in the right front. He was not weaker than Luo Shi. He attacked Lu Ming with all his might. He wanted to stop Lu Ming. As long as Eugene arrived, Lu Ming would not be able to escape. You're asking for it. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He punched out. Lu Ming's punch directly defeated the opponent's attack. Then, he used the great binding spell. This top abyssal freak's body suddenly stiffened. His strength was far inferior to Eugene's. The great binding spell could at least trap him for a few breaths of time. To elites like Lu Ming and the rest, a few breaths of time was considered very long. Boom! Lu Ming rushed past. The demon's body exploded. A drop of demon spirit blood was caught in Lu Ming's hand. However, this demon still managed to obstruct Lu Ming for a while. Eugene had already arrived and slashed out a ray of saber gleam. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he could not completely avoid it. The blade light slashed his body. Lu Ming's body was directly split in half. If an ordinary person's body was split in half, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. It could even be said that they were dead. This was because the destructive power in the blade light could directly annihilate the soul in the sea of consciousness. However, there was no soul in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. His soul was scattered to every cell in his body. As long as Lu Ming's cells were not annihilated, he would not die. Therefore, his body that was split in half did not stop at all. It continued to fly forward rapidly. In the process of flying, the two halves of his body automatically approached and stuck together. This monster, Eugene's heart trembled violently. He had a strong fear of Lu Ming. At the same time, his desire to kill Lu Ming was unprecedentedly strong. He flapped his demon wings frantically and chased after Lu Ming. Both of them were very fast. After Lu Ming used the Great God Wind technique, he was extremely agile and fast in a small area. He was even faster than Eugene. However, when flying in a straight line, Eugene's demon wings frantically flapped. He was not slower than Lu Ming. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed a long distance. Soon, they were about to catch up with the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace. Quick, go to the west. I've set up a formation there. We'll be there soon. We can escape there. Dong Yuanqing shouted. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace quickly flew to the west. At this time, they saw Lu Ming and Eugene. Their expressions changed. Chapter 4099. When the sky prides of the Heavenly Palace saw Eugene and Lu Ming chasing after them, their expressions changed. One of them was fearful of Eugene's strength, and the other was worried about Lu Ming. They were not worried about Lu Ming's life, but the map in Lu Ming's hands. The map could not fall into Eugene's hands, as it was their last hope for victory. We must protect the map. Yes, we must not let the map fall into the hands of the devil. Let's help Mu Yun restrain Eugene and find a chance to escape. Dong Yuanqing and the other strongest sky prides transmitted their voices. Bu Nan's face was gloomy. Although he was extremely unwilling to help Lu Ming, it was related to the victory of the Heavenly Palace and his own life. Hence, he had to help even if he was unwilling. Swoosh swoosh, a few figures flashed out. They were Dong Yuanqing, Bu Nan, and the monster from the devil race. The three of them had cultivated a joint attack technique. Working together, they could restrain Eugene to a certain extent. Although there were a few geniuses who were not weaker than them, they did not have a joint attack technique. They could not restrain Eugene, so they continued to lead the people of the Heavenly Palace to the array formation in the west. Kill! Dong Yuanqing and the other two shouted and performed the combined attack technique. The three of them formed a mysterious trajectory and flashed. A divine light burst out from the middle of the three of them and attacked Eugene. Eugene slashed out with his saber and destroyed the divine light, but his body was also blocked. You are courting death. When Eugene saw that the people from the Heavenly Palace dared to take the initiative to attack him, his murderous intent soared. He roared and activated his violent devilish chi and slashed out with his saber. This was Eugene's full-strength saber. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was much stronger than the previous one. Dong Yuanqing and Bu Nan looked grave. In the face of Eugene's strongest attack, they did not dare to face it head-on. They could only passively defend. They performed the combined attack technique and formed an ancient tortoise shell. Eugene's saber light bombarded the tortoise shell and split it in half. However, Eugene's attack was blocked in the end. Boom! Eugene attacked with his blade, and there was a brief change in his aura. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He punched with all his strength, and the fist power roared out, crushing towards Eugene. Slash! Eugene roared and slashed at Lu Ming with his saber, splitting apart Lu Ming's fist energy. However, His body shook slightly and he took 2 steps back. "You're courting death," Eugene roared furiously. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized. Just as he was about to slash at Lu Ming with all his might, Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 performed a joint attack. A beam of divine light blasted toward Eugene. This made Eugene furious. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Dong Yuanqing and the other 2's combined attack, they were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, when the 2 of them joined forces, they were able to restrain him greatly. This was because he could not ignore the attacks from Lu Ming or Dong Yuanqing's group. If he did, it would cause him great harm. He had to concentrate on dealing with it. In this way, he could not concentrate on dealing with one side. He could only divide his strength and attack Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group at the same time. If his strength was divided, he could not crush either side. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming successfully blocked Eugene's saber light. Although he took several steps back, it was not like before, where he would be seriously injured after blocking the attack. In this way, Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group adopted a wandering method. When Eugene attacked, they mainly defended, and then took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. For a time, they actually managed to pin Eugene down. The others from the Heavenly Palace took the opportunity to distance themselves and disappeared in the west. Soon, Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group had been in a stalemate with Eugene for more than 10 minutes. At this time, Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing were secretly communicating with each other. They retreated to the west as they fought. Although they could pin down Dong Yuanqing, it was impossible for them to defeat him. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. This was because the combined attack of Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 consumed a lot of energy. The longer it dragged on, the weaker it would be. In the end, they would definitely not be a match for Eugene, and their combined attack would be broken. This was also because Lu Ming was holding Eugene back. Otherwise, Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 would not be able to hold Eugene back for so long. It was already good enough that they could hold him back for more than 10 moves. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Eugene was extremely furious. The more he fought, the braver he became. His demonic saber slashed out, forcing Lu Ming, Dong Yuanqing, and the others to passively defend and retreat. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his body became more and more ferocious. What? Swish. Swish, they were like a few shooting stars, flying across the starry sky as they fought. After a while, we're here. The formation I set up is below. We can go there, Dong Yuanqing said. Lu Ming looked down and saw a stone forest below. This stone forest was the formation. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this time, 2 more saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing. Lu Ming waved his fists continuously. A terrifying attack gathered and finally formed a huge fist. It rushed out and collided with Eugene's saber light. With a loud bang, the fist that Lu Ming had condensed exploded. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's body fell toward the bottom of the stone forest. On the other side, Dong Yuanqing and the others had also formed a tortoise shell. Under the saber light, the tortoise shell exploded. They also borrowed the force to fall down the stone forest. In the stone forest, there was a formation within a formation. There was an escape formation hidden within the illusory formation. The people from the Heavenly Palace had obviously left through this formation. As soon as Lu Ming and the others landed, the formation was immediately activated and they successfully left. On the other hand, Eugene was furious. He bombarded the stone forest and destroyed it. However, he had already lost track of Lu Ming and the rest. Damn it! Eugene roared. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Now, I have to find the place of creation left by the Devil Lord as soon as possible. I'll get the creation inside and then kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace. Eugene whispered. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Then, he took out the black ball and injected demonic chi. Buzz! Suddenly, the black ball vibrated. The surface of the ball glowed and some patterns appeared on it. These patterns were a map. Eugene's eyes flashed as he memorized these patterns. I've heard that the land of creation will be obstructed by the master-level experts of the heavenly palace. It's better to meet up with the others. Although those people are useless, they can still provide some help and save some energy. Eugene whispered a few times and then left to meet up with the other demons. They then followed the map to find the place of creation left by the Devil Lord.